Good evening, everyone. The regular meeting of the City Commission for Tuesday, December 13th will come to order. Would you join me in silencing your cell phones, please? City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Cleveland.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hartman.
Here.
Commissioner Martin.
Here.
Commissioner Perrine. Here. Commissioner McGurk.
Here.
Thank you.
And now, Police Department Chaplain Peter Carter, Pastor Pete, retired first-class yeoman, United States Navy, will deliver our invocation, and Deputy Chief Eric Feldman will deliver the Pledge of Allegiance. Chief Carter, please rise for the pledge and the prayer.
Let us pray. Most holy and most gracious and kind Father, it is once again with thanksgiving we come before you, asking that you look upon us favorably with your grace as we conduct those things, that business things that would allow our city to be better. We ask that you continue to watch over those who serve, continue to give them wisdom and understanding, that the decisions that they make affect the lives of your people, and that they would do so and that would be pleasing and acceptable to thee, O God. We ask that you be with those who visit or reside here in this beautiful city we call New Smyrna Beach. May they find it a place of unity, peace, and love, and may they enjoy their time here, and that they will go out and tell others so that they too might come and enjoy it as well. We thank you, and we humbly request that you continue to keep us in your care. It is in your matchless name we pray. Amen.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Season's greetings, everyone. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you so very much on turning out on this great night. We have a busy agenda, and so let me turn to the man who holds the agenda, Khalid Rashadat, our city manager. Have you got any changes to the agenda, Khalid?
Yes, Mayor. I have a few changes. I would like to add two agenda items. Would be under consent agenda 6M, and that would be under special events to consider the approval of a New Year's Eve fireworks display at Venetian Bay. This is the second year in a row that they submit their application behind the deadline. But gracefully, if you could just consider that, that would be appreciated. The other item is under 6N, as in Nancy, and that is to consider the acceptance of FEMA funding agreement authorizing the mayor to execute the document on behalf of the city of New Smyrna Beach. The other changes, we are continuing item 6J under consents, and that is the consulting engineering for the airport, and we will continue it to January 10th of 2023. Also under item 7B, and that is the variance for 3111 Hill Street. We're moving that item from under 7B because it's a public hearing to item 8D. And that's the changes, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Everybody got that? Very good. Okay, thank you, Colin. Appreciate that. Time for announcements, presentations, and special recognitions. Will Annabella, Gabriella, and Pride, or Harbor, please join me at the podium right up here, please. Also, Captain Ellis and Captain Charlo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Christmas miracle for you, and I'll tell you a short story and read a proclamation that we've considered. It's the time of giving, and it's a special time of year, and we have some special guests with us this evening that you don't normally see up here. These three young elementary school ladies and two seasoned seagoing captains. How would they meet? After the Christmas parade, which we all enjoyed that evening, the girls were playing on the dock at the Smyrna Yacht Club, and they noticed something in the water that didn't seem quite right. And so they went and told an adult. They saw something and they said something, which is very important for us to teach our children, and it's been taught in the schools, and that is something all of us parents preach to our children. They saw what they thought was a body floating in the water. Fortunately, Captain Ellis and Captain Charlo were nearby, and they pulled this body from the water, administering CPR immediately at the girls' insistence to do something, and we saved a life that night. Mom Caroline, would you please stand? Mom Erica, are you in the room? Thank you. Please stand. Fantastic. And Janet LaRue, would you please stand? Thank you so very much. These are all players that will unfold. Those are the moms that are teaching children great things. Janet LaRue and her family are here. The victim was Janet's husband, and I'm pleased to tell you Roger is alive and well and recovering. I'd like to thank the Smyrna Yacht Club for their support. We have the Commodore, the Vice Commodore, and the Board of Governors here tonight. Thank you very much, Commodore. Thank you very much, Vice Commodore. Tim and Bill, thank you very much for showing your support. It's still a delight, the partnership that we have between the Yacht Club and the city. Thank you for showing your support. Whereas on Saturday, December 10th, 3 elementary-age school children demonstrated bravery and heroism when they took action in a life-threatening situation. Whereas while the Christmas parade boats were returning to the dock at New Smyrna Yacht Club on Saturday evening, 3 young girls saw something and said something while walking the dock. And whereas Gabriella Ross, Annabella Ross, and Harbor Pride selfishly and without hesitation quickly alerted Captain Jason Charlo and Captain J.J. Ellis when they noticed a man floating in the water. And whereas, due to their quick actions, the distressed man was pulled from the water and was administered CPR successfully until the New Smyrna Beach Fire Department and paramedics arrived on scene taking over. Therefore, now I, Fred Cleveland, Mayor of the City of New Smyrna Beach, do honor Gabriella Ross, Annabella Ross, Harbor Pride, Captain Jason Charlo, Captain J.J. Ellis for their acts of heroism and alert observations which saved a man's life. On behalf of the City of New Smyrna Beach, we thank you for your bravery, vigilance, attention to detail, and most of all, exercising good judgment when you notice something that did not seem right. Your actions are honorable and appreciated. You are model citizens that are honorably recognized and highly esteemed by the City of New Smyrna Beach and its citizens. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand this 13th day of December, 2022, Fred Cleveland, Mayor, attested to by our City Clerk, Kelly McQuillan. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen. And now if I could have the entire city commission join me, we will present Captain Ellis and Captain Charlo their awards. I'd like to have Vice Mayor Hartman present Captain Charlo his award.
Thank you, sir.
And Captain Ellis, respectively.
Can I have everyone come in front of the podium here? Just going to end up this podium right in the middle of the shot here. Thank you. Okay. On me, on three. 1, 2, 3. More. 1, 2. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, girls. I tell you, that's a wonderful way to start off a meeting. It's a wonderful way to start the Christmas season. Truly a miracle by 3 angels. We're going to continue on with the business. If it please the commission, I'd like to pull forward one item. Khalid, your report, I would like to follow Representative Robbins' presentation, if that's all right. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased tonight to have with us our county representative, Danny Robbins, and his staff here tonight to discuss or make a presentation, I should say, on all the things that are going on at the county level regarding remediation and regarding getting back in order from the 2 storms that we had, the flooding situation. Mr. Robbins will be here for just a presentation by he and his staff, and then available in the lobby and via telephone and email for any questions that you might have. So without further ado, Danny, come ahead. Thank you so much, Representative Robbins.
Good evening. That's a little different being on this side of the podium. God, we're just tremendously lucky to have such young, brave leaders here. It's just truly a blessing to have such young people that are so dedicated already and whatnot. But good evening, New Smyrna Beach Council, City Manager. I'm going to be here today talk about a few things post-storm that we've done here in Volusia County. At the end, I will go ahead and give my email address and contact information. I encourage anybody that has questions, don't be shy and reach out. We will get to your questions traditionally within 24 hours and hopefully get you an answer. Volusia County's recovery efforts, we've been full bore. And we sustained today, I got the numbers, roughly $858 million, Volusia County-wide, in damages from both storms. Approximately $51 million just here in New Smyrna Beach, and about $31 million in coastal assets. That's our dune walkovers, parks, some of our seawalls, so on and so forth. But this was I'd say a 500-year storm is what they're saying. But it actually took away approximately 4 to 5 feet of our beaches. And it just catastrophic damage within our whole coastline here in Volusia County. And I don't know if people understand the magnitude of that and how far back that has set us back. But I'm just glad to have the partners, New Smyrna Beach, our staff, our team, combined with y'all's and all the other municipalities, because it's truly an all-hands-on-deck effort. I'll be glad to say we've been working well with the Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA, FDEP, Florida Department of Environmental Management, looking at pretty much everything. This really hasn't happened to us here in Volusia County to this magnitude ever. You know, yearly we go through hurricanes, but how can you really be prepared for a storm that has dumped over 24 inches of rain within a 3-day period? And that had a lot to do with it. And I don't know of any infrastructure really in the United States, after researching, that can handle and survive the way we did. So I'm proud of our preparation, the city's preparation beforehand throughout the years, staying on top of this because things could have been a lot worse. We're going to be talking about how we can help some of our future plans. I have the county manager, I have Director Ben Bartlett, and also our coastal rock star, Jessica Fentress, who's going to be helping us out a little bit, going to be explaining the active grants, what we recently received, what we're in the process of receiving, and also our goals. Not just for the coastal side of Volusia County, but also for the inland, because you know, as well as everybody, we did sustain a lot of flooding in some of our inland areas. So I'm proud to present Mr. Ben Bartlett and Jessica Fentress, to the podium, please.
Thank you, Councilman Robbins, Mayor, Commission. Just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today about the county's efforts in our recovery from both hurricanes Ian and Nicole. And before I get started, I would just like to say, you know, I've had the pleasure of working with your staff, with Khalid and Kyle and your Public Works group. Ever since I've been with the county, we've worked together on projects such as the Mosquito Lagoon Reasonable Assurance Plan and various other stormwater and transportation projects. And I tell you, you got a top-notch staff. And you know, when these storms hit, having been through a few of them myself, on the Public Works side, you know, that's when your Public Works staff at the county and the city level really get going and show their true mettle. And you know, the staff here in New Smyrna Beach is second to none. And I just want to take my appreciation, or say my appreciation for them. And we work together on multiple things. I'm going to talk a little bit about the beach in a second. That's a lot of where the news stories are associated. But Hurricane Ian was an unprecedented rain event for Volusia County. It's not only in New Smyrna area, dumped over 20 inches of rain. I mean, to put that in perspective, 20 inches of rain in 24 hours. A 100-year storm event is 11 inches of rain in 24 hours. So you're looking at almost double the amount of rain in a 24-hour period than a 100-year storm event. And it showed in the flooding. Volusia County had over 6,000 homes flooded. A large percent of those homes were in New Smyrna Beach. And so these are the kinds of things that we have to look at going forward, not just as a county or as a city, but regionally. We got to look at you know, what worked, what didn't work. Combined with that rain, you also had a significant tidal event. You had all the tributaries on the east side of the county, the Spruce Creek, Tomoka River, the canals, the B-19, the Gabordi Canal, they were all flowing in the other direction, inland, because of the tide. And then you combine that with that 20 inches of rain, and it's a heck of a bad situation. And that doesn't mean that, you know, we should just write it off as a storm that we can't do anything about, because that's not what we do in Public Works, and Khalid will attest to that. You know, we're out there, we're engineers, we're working hard to find solutions. And so these aren't these aren't local problems, county problems, these are regional problems. And I can tell you that, you know, we're looking at what happened. You know, we're still in the early stages of post-storm assessment, but we're looking at everywhere where we had significant flooding and seeing how we can make it better. We're looking at creative solutions to see what we can do to, you know, be more resilient and account for these stronger rain events and tide events. I mean, you know, just to put this in perspective, we talked to some folks from the St. Johns River Water Management District. The St. Johns River was flowing in the opposite direction at Lake Monroe during this storm. So that just kind of tells you how much of a tide event this was, combined with the rain, it just made for a really devastating event. And we understand, you know, folks are hurting not just in New Smyrna Beach, but countywide. So it's up to us to come up with some solutions to these flooding problems that we're seeing, and work with everyone, because, you know, the stormwater doesn't stop at the city limits. It comes from different places, and we got to work together to solve that, just like we did with the reasonable assurance plan. Real quick, I'll just touch on, you know, debris operations. Obviously, talk to Khalid a little bit about what y'all got going on debris. Given the flooding, we had a lot of construction demolition debris. I know the city did as well. To date, the county has collected about 480,000 cubic yards of vegetative debris and just under 40,000 yards of construction demolition debris. A lot of that C&D material was collected in the unincorporated areas of New Smyrna Beach, because that's where there was a lot of significant flooding. Like New Smyrna, we're wrapping up our debris operations. We understand that's a big part of getting everybody back to normal. You know, driving into your neighborhood, you don't want to see the piles of tree limbs on your street, and getting that out of there really helps with everybody's peace of mind. Moving on to the beach, Ian came in, as Councilman Robbins alluded to, took 4 to 5 feet of sand off of our beach, damaged quite a few seawalls, damaged our natural dune system. Post Ian, we didn't really have a lot of structure failure at that point, but we knew if we got another storm, it was going to be bad. And that's exactly what happened with Nicole. And we sustained significant structural damage, widespread throughout the coastline. We know y'all have had some here in New Smyrna Beach. And I can tell you, Jessica, she is a rock star. We've been pounding the streets with everybody from state reps, state senators, congressmen, U.S. senators, and the governor, and the lieutenant governor, trying to show them the devastation that we've gotten here in Volusia County, and imploring that, we need assistance. And I'm happy to say that at the last Volusia County Council meeting, our council approved a agreement to receive $5 million in funding for placing sand on the beach. $5 million is a lot of money. When it comes to putting sand on the beach, unfortunately, it's not a lot, but it's something. And so our plan is to use that sand and place it in such a way to provide temporary protection for at-risk and vulnerable structures, to allow those folks time, to buy them time to get repairs done and shore up their properties. We're still in the early stages on that. The ink's not even dry. I don't believe the state signed it yet. We're also actively looking for a sand source. We're working with the Florida Inland Navigational District. They have a couple of sand sources that, by their rules, are only available to governments. So we're working with them to get that sand. That's a bonus in the sense that that's sand that isn't available to the public. So we're not out there competing with private property owners for sand and driving up the price, knowing that we have the $5 million to spend on that. Now, one thing I will say in this initial round, like I said, this is for temporary protection. We are not giving sand away to private property owners just yet. That doesn't mean, this $5 million is all we're going to get. I can tell you that our staff is working diligently with the state as well as the federal government to get additional funding for sand. This isn't something that's going to happen quickly. Sand renourishment projects aren't things that happen quickly. You have to get studies done, you have to get permits, you have to work with the U.S. Army Corps, the DEP. It is a long and lengthy process. So we're aware of the road ahead. We're going to be working with all the cities along the coast, and we're going to be, enlisting everybody's help, because we need to work with our delegations in the state as well as the Congress, and work on getting that funding, because, sand renourishment can cost anywhere from $1 to $10 million a mile. We have 37 miles of beach that's impacted. So those numbers are going to add up quick. So we're working really hard to get that funding. On the other side, just from a coastal asset, we maintain all the beach ramps, a lot of the coastal parks, a lot of the walkovers. You know, we have 140 beach walkovers. 30 of those walkovers are open, the rest are damaged. We have 33 beach ramps, 7 are open, the rest are damaged. Some, about half of the ones that are damaged are major repairs and the rest are complete rebuilds. So we're looking at about a $30 million price tag. Money of that amount, we got to work with FEMA to ensure we get and maximize our reimbursement, because that's not, you know, a reserve fund that we have available. So we got to work with FEMA, work through their process. They're in town next week doing their inspections of our coastal assets. Mind you, that's for Ian. Nicole hasn't even been declared yet as a federal disaster. That is one of the things that we're waiting on. We've been told that it's been signed by the governor. It's up to the president, but it hasn't been signed yet. And once that gets signed, hopefully it gets signed, then there's a lot of other things that you'll start seeing happen related to that. So that's basically what I have on our presentation as far as our recovery efforts. I don't be happy to answer any questions. We've got Jessica here as well. Do you have anything to add if you want?
Good evening. Thank you for having us. Jessica Fentress, Volusia County's Coastal Director. The one thing that Mr. Bartlett did not touch on is your oceanfront property owners. We have had it's been devastating for the private property owners. I have heard stories. I have seen people cry. I've hugged strangers. Their entire lives are at risk. Those people who are in condominiums are suffering from the recently enacted state bill regarding reserves and structural stability and having to beef your reserves up. They're also facing a possible assessment for repairs that have to be done immediately, and then they're also facing an insurance increase as well. It's truly trying times. So what the county is trying to do is we are trying to make the information readily available to anybody who might find themselves in this predicament, whether you're a single-family homeowner, or you're a condo resident, or you're a business owner. I want to give you a website. It's really easy to remember. It's volusia.org, because it's a county website, /beach cleanup. All one word, no hyphens, nothing. volusia.org/beach cleanup. On that website, you will find a list of consultants, surveyors, engineers, and contractors that are seasoned in doing coastal construction control line permitting. This is not the time to do a budget design with, you know, your buddy's best friend's nephew who might live in Georgia to do a seawall design on a seawall that has to be permitted according to the Florida state statutes. You need an engineer, because you don't have time for your engineer to learn how to do this, who is seasoned in the application process for coastal construction control line permitting. If you're interviewing engineers, ask for references, ask for projects. Don't waste your time on someone who does not know how to do this. You don't have the time to do that. Second, sand sources. We have a list of sand sources on the website as well. If you happen to know somebody who has sand or has a pit somewhere on 44 and they want to be added to the sand source list, the DEP is willing to take a baggie of sand and they will classify it within 48 hours to clear you for beach placement on the beach. You have to have all your permits in place, obviously, through the St. John's Water Management District and your local government agencies. Third, for anybody who may have tried to have gotten a seawall previously and were denied because they were not eligible or vulnerable, those are legal terms in the Florida state statutes. We have worked very hard with the Secretary of the Department of Environmental Protection for the state, and we have got an emergency final order, which is basically a temporary waiver of rules specific to Volusia County that waives the eligibility and the vulnerability requirements for certain areas of Volusia County. What that means is if you're in this geographical zone, you automatically qualify for a seawall. It expedites your review process. It reduces the burden on the property owner on what they have to provide in their application. And they've also committed to an expedite review of a permanent or a temporary repair for Volusia County property owners. Through the 16th of December, which is this coming Friday, the state coastal construction control line permitting staff will be housed with county staff located at 440 South Beach Street in Daytona Beach. This is immediately south of International Speedway Boulevard on Beach Street. just west of the Halifax Marina. It's a 3-story coquina historical building, but there's a Volusia County logo on it. They're holding walk-in hours from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. If anybody has any questions about what they can do temporarily or permanently to save their structure that's on the ocean, please, I urge you to walk in and talk to somebody. I'm also available on the internet also. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you know, talking about the permitting, we worked with the DEB staff. Any construction east of the CCL is permitted by the state, not by the county. I know that was some confusion that's been out there, but we've worked with those folks to get them down here and to work with our residents and our condo association folks to help them and expedite those permits.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Councilman Robbins, any closing remarks, sir?
Just in closing, I wanted to just express my thanks to you guys for inviting us here. City Manager, thank you again for the constant contact. If there's anything that we can do for you guys, my phone's always on. I am up 7 days a week at 0400. Email, call, we'll get you taken care of the best we can. We're truly lucky, once again, to have just such a tremendous staff on our end, and everything that they went through is a big deal in terms of the permitting and fast tracking some of this stuff along. Once again, thank you so much. If there's anything we can do for you, call. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Robbins, before you depart and your staff, is there any commissioner that has a specific question for the team that came here? Vice Mayor?
No.
I have a statement I'd just like to make.
Sir?
Councilman Robbins, county staff, I want to thank y'all for coming out here tonight. We have a lot of people here tonight listening to this. This is fantastic. You know, getting information out is key. Ms. Fentress, fantastic. I'm going to be following up with you. There's a number of people in the community that I need to help pass this information on. You know, my own staff, I've said regarding issues of we're government. Government is meant to help people. And we create rules. Inevitably, that creates bureaucracies. So our job is to ferret through and try to prevent and try to help the people through the bureaucratic process that inevitably comes forward or is part of the different rules. We have rules, the county has rules, the state has rules, and then the federal government has rules, and it all kind of filters on down. And we're the two lowest, the municipality and the county. So I want to stress to the people out there, you know, we're all doing the best we can. We're going to try to bridge the gaps. There's bureaucratic processes that are created with every law. Every rule that is made up is well-intended. What I have found in my own city, when we have a well-intended law or rule that is created, wasn't necessarily created in the thought of a major natural disaster. So that is the one clarifying thing that I have realized in this latest event. So again, our goal is to help the people get through the bureaucratic process. So again, thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you for showing up, giving us this information. It's awesome. Thank you.
You guys can email me direct at drobbins@volusia.org. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
One second.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Martin?
I just want to thank you all for coming in the time and giving us more information. Much appreciated.
No problem.
Commissioner Perrine?
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Go ahead, Colin, I'm sorry.
No, I just want to, Mayor, just take 1 second.
Go right
because during these hurricanes and natural disasters, and we deal with the county on all levels, and I have to tell you, from the county manager all the way down to county council Robbins and the other ones, I cannot ask for any better relationship and better help that they provided for us during the Ian and Nicole. So thank you very much, George and Ben and Jessica and Councilor Robbins. Thank you very much.
For the team, thank you so very much. I wanted to say to all of the folks that are here and that are listening, this is part of the Leadership Roundtable. To see Councilman Robbins, to see Representative Tremont with our city manager and myself on the beach at the devastation site, seeing the congressional delegation that came down from Tallahassee to actually look at it. New Smyrna is in their prayers and in their thoughts for recovery. And so, Danny, that you understand that many people are still hurting down here, and we absolutely need the assistance that you and Representative Tremont can bring between the state, the federal, and the county level. Is greatly appreciated. Thank you all. George, a special thanks to you for keeping us safe. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to turn to the city manager for your report, if you don't mind, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off by, obviously, we had the two hurricanes, with Ian and Nicole, and each one kind of brought a different impact to us. But obviously, the flooding is probably, I would say, the most damaging that I've seen through my tenure here with the city. When you have over 850 homes just from Ian that had flooded in their homes. But with that, we have been trying to work with the residents on speeding the permitting process, also trying to meet with state representatives, the county, the DEP, trying to come up with some creative ideas and also provide some funding. FEMA as well is involved. The debris removal, as of this past Friday, we have had our final pass. And, you heard the county, they have collected 400,000 cubic yards. Our city by itself collected 126,000 plus cubic yards. The C&D, the county have collected throughout the whole county 40,000. We have collected in New Smyrna 26,000 cubic yards of construction and demolition materials, just to show you the magnificence of the flooding damage that happened. The SBA loan have provided some help at the Babe James last week. They are providing more help on this Friday from 12 to 7 at the city gym. So if you are in need of any loan, if you have some damage, I would encourage residents to go down to the city gym on Friday between 12 and 7.
Colin, this is the FEMA rep that will
Yes.
be present and the Small Business Association rep, so both of those at one time.
Yes, sir. And also some good news. I think I mentioned to the commission previously that we have applied for a state grant. It's a resiliency grant. And the city engineer just informed me before the meeting that he received the word from the state resiliency officer, that we will be getting $250,000 for that resiliency study. So that's a good news. That goes along with the proposal that will be presented to you tonight under the item of the composure study. Now, dealing with FEMA in terms of the damage assessments, that's still going on. I think it's going to take probably a year or maybe even a couple of years to talk about the damage assessment. But in reality, the city has spent over probably $1.5 million in the debris removal. That money does not come fast. However, we took advantage of expedited funding that FEMA has offered. So finance staff has been working really hard the past 2 weeks to try and to get the package together to be submitted to FEMA. And hopefully they will give us 50% of that amount. So we're looking forward to that. As far as the beach, in terms of the damaged properties, I mean, you heard the county regarding the sand. It's the bureaucratic system. It's very difficult to deal with state, county, and city. However, we come last in terms of the approval, but you still have the state and the county being the upfront on the permitting, especially on the seawalls and the sand. And you heard them saying about the sand, that sand has to be special, has to be approved by the EP, and it's not available. So I know there is quite a bit of damage that you and I and the state representative saw that a couple Saturdays ago. So we're trying hard to work with other agencies, trying to collaborate with them and trying to get some help, whether on the permitting process or on the funding as well. The city, obviously, we proposing a moratorium, which will be discussed later on in the agenda, so we'll discuss that at a later time. We have waived the permit fee and it's still in effect. I have indicated to staff to keep it for now. We sped the process on the permitting. So hopefully that's what we're doing right now is trying to get people back to their norm. And it's not as easy when you have a flooded home that you have to get a contractor to work in your house. You lost everything in that house and it's gone. So my heart goes out to all the residents that they have flooding. I know there is some areas in the county that they got flooded, but they are in New Smyrna. So I want to assure them that we have not forgotten about them. We will work with the county. I know the area where in Ellison Acres on Temple Street that they are in the county, but they are adjacent to the property that we purchased from the Turnbull Creek purchase. So we will be doing everything possible to work with the county, trying to help them. So even though they're in the county, but we're not going to forget about them. So just want to go over a few of the public participation that we had at the last meeting. We had a couple of residents that they were asking about the moratorium. They wanted to be citywide. Both of them, they asked the same question. So that will be discussed when we discuss the moratorium. We have another residence from up in Islesboro and Edgewater. She wanted to have some, zoning changes and stormwater changes in terms of the wetlands and the flood zone. All of that will be discussed when we do the study as well, because they will be looking at our regulations that we have currently. We have a couple of residents in the historic West Side that they were wondering about because I have mentioned to them that sometime after the new year, I will have a public meeting at Babe James with the users to look at the different programs. So that will be coming as well. We have residents that they shared with us the economic, Volusia County Economic Development third quarter materials that they have. And we have another one that they ask about Babe James. So as soon as we have the meeting set up for Babe James, I will make sure that that is advertised in advance and give residents some time to if they want to attend the meeting. With that, Mayor, I will be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Anything from any of the commissioners?
So, Colin, to this point, we've not been reimbursed for anything from FEMA yet, then?
No, sir, we have not.
So all that has come out of the reserve fund?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We're looking for that expedited funding that we applied for. So I remember when I was at the virtual meeting that was attended by the entire state at the time, and they mentioned this program, so we immediately jumped on it. I think maybe 2 counties that they took advantage of that at the time. And they were wondering, why nobody is applying for it. So immediately I reached out to our finance department, and so they've been working with them on the paperwork. So I'm hoping that within, hopefully they said 16 days, that we will get at least maybe half of what we have.
Yeah, because I remember, I think during Matthew, it took us almost, 3 years to get fully reimbursed for our
Fully
costs.
reimbursed,
Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other commissioner will have a question? Okay, Colin, thank you for that report. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to move along to public participation. This is your opportunity to join the commission business meeting and make us aware of things that you have on your mind or concerns that you might have or praiseworthy items. This is not a discussion. This is not a question and answer session. and you will have 3 minutes to express your views. Likely, as has been our tradition, you'll be directed to a city official to follow up with you. And so at that point, I welcome anyone for public participation. Come ahead, yes, ma'am. Your name and address for the record, please.
Elizabeth Lee, 131 Lake Fairgreen Circle, New Smyrna Beach. I recently requested...
And ma'am, pull that microphone down right to you so we can hear it.
Short.
Perfect.
I recently requested and promptly received a copy from Public Records of the City Clerk's Office, a copy of the permit for the emergency access easement at the Hidden Lakes Golf Course. My property is about 30 feet from the now 4-foot cart path, which is proposed to be 20 feet. And during the storms, luckily I wasn't devastated as so many people were. The water made it up to about 10 feet of my property. However, many neighbors were flooded out, and we've got, the piles of debris are gone and so forth. But the permit states that it's for clearing and grading of the property. It doesn't say anything about paving, and I was under the assumption that from meetings I've been to in the past that it was going to be a paved road, and I wonder if anybody can give me clarification on that.
That's right. We'll
public
direct you to the
input.
right
Okay.
place.
I'll leave that question with
yes,
you.
ma'am.
This week, after dark and on Sunday, there were people out there working, which I thought was very interesting. I noticed on the permit that it was dated 1/06/22 and it expires 1/06/23, which is coming up soon. I just found it very strange that, I'm seeing workers out there at that hour. Given the 2 recent hurricanes and the intrusion of water on, I believe, 23 homes, gentleman from my HOA is going to speak about the number of homes that were affected in just our Unit 6. And there are 7 different HOAs in the area. I just found out this morning on the news that this body was going to look at a moratorium, and just to see what happened. There's video that all neighbors have. I mean, it was totally flooded. It was not just one lake. Whole property everywhere was just flooded, and would consider that it be looked at as to what can be done to prevent, if this project goes through, what can be done to prevent flooding again in the area.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
My name is Ray Seifert. I live at 127 Lake Fairgreen Circle in New Smyrna Beach. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. My statement is going to come in 2 parts. Approximately 23 to 25 of the 99 homes in Lake Fairgreen Circle flooded with substantial damage and some with water intrusion, the majority of it from runoff. Hidden Lakes Village Public, or the PUD, north of Lake Fairgreen Circle, are in the process of installing the emergency road access for new housing, running through parts of Hidden Lakes Golf Course and behind some of our houses, including mine. Currently, there's a 4-foot wide asphalt path in its place. During the hurricanes, a retention pond and culvert behind my house overflowed and widened up to 12 to 16 feet, flooding the streets, houses along, with adding 8 to 10 feet or more of water to our lake, causing considerable erosion. The planned emergency road access will be 15-foot wide, creating a non-porous surface approximately 4 times larger than the existing path, presumably slanted towards our houses and not the golf course. Future storms and hurricane runoff will increase substantially, putting our houses in potential harm. To our knowledge, no impact study has been completed or planned. We as an HOA board, along with the homeowners, ask that this road not be completed to help protect our homes and the value of them. We also ask, why was a permit issued to build the road? With the road starting at the 100 block of Golf Club Drive across the street from Hidden Lakes Golf Course Maintenance Building, and then west of the 14th hole, north of Fairgreen Circle. It does not appear the emergency road is in the process of being built on the development site. Also, trees to the north of Lake Fairgreen Circle along the development and the golf course will be cut down, increasing the possibility of wind damage to the roofs on the homes of the north side of Lake Fairgreen Circle. Thank you for your time and have a safe holiday season.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Hi. My name is Audra Sims. I live at 156 Temple Street in New Smyrna Beach. First of all, congratulations to new members. You guys are coming in at a really tumultuous time, so I commend you. I have a couple maps here. I do apologize. I don't have enough for everybody, but I did email all of you these. So I can hand this to you. It's going to show a waterway. It's Turnbull Canal. The location I'm speaking of goes from Jungle Bridge to the walking path. It's about a quarter-mile long. I have quite a few people here that are from our little neighborhood of Ellison Acres. I, too, like many people, were pretty severely devastated. I know you guys have a lot on your plate, but I come up here to pretty much implore you and beg you for help. I have been kind of sending emails periodically for the last several years, especially since Matthew, to our local government. But after Ian, it's super prevalent how bad this waterway needs to be cleaned out. Over the years, it started as furniture and appliances just from people loitering or throwing, debris and trash over. Matthew started a big oak tree, cedar trees, palm trees, not to mention all the Brazilian red pepper that has grown severely in the path of this waterway. Again, I have a fellow neighbor who's come up with a great map, and he can show you later, and it explains to you every other side of Turnbull Creek is completely clear except for this one little map of area. So that's it. It's short and sweet that I ask for your help and to consider to help clean out that waterway because I think it would be beneficial for not just our little neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate those remarks.
My name is Jim Towsley. I live at 141 Temple Street, right down, across the street from her. I forgot her first name already. Anyhow, first of all, appreciate y'all time and effort and all that sort of good stuff. I want to just say that our whole subdivision, which parts are in the county, parts are in the city, was devastated. The whole subdivision. I've lived there for 38 years, never flooded. But what I have seen is the buildup around there, like when they raised 44, when they put in the Ford dealership, with Home Depot, all that sort of stuff. And if you ever been by with all that water that comes from those places comes to our area. And like she was saying, it's like a catch basin, but it doesn't flow out. So, like I was saying, we're not in our house because the water was up to my knees inside. There's leach fields there. It's brackish water. It's disgusting. So we have no furniture. We don't have a house, pretty much. And we're living with a friend of ours in Edgewater. And if you want to get a little bit more of what I'm talking about, if you go to Fox News 13, the Spectrum thing, put my name in there, Towsley. The guy did an interview on me and shows our house, if you want to see pictures of our house. We lost both our cars. So, you know, that water is just coming from all those places. And like I say on the video, it seemed to start, you know, back in the day, and then they kept building and building. I used to work for the county, so I know how the city has land all the way up, you know, on 44. I know that they have sugar mill, all these different places all around, but we're left in the lurch because our canals, nothing can go through them. And I've noticed that for years. And they've done a little bit of things, but you don't see them cleaning out the ditches. I can tell you how many times in one hand, I've lived there, like I said, 38 years, and just the little ditches on our road, within one hand, I can tell you how many times. I mean, granted, I know that area is county, but the end of the street is city. So I do know that y'all have to work with the county. But I just want to let everybody know that it's a big issue. And there's a lot of people that aren't in their house. And it's very, very disheartening when you've lived in a community for this long and you have to deal with all that sort of stuff. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and bringing it forward, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name's Steve Gunner, 140 Temple Street. Our homestead, and excuse me for just reading this, I'm not, you know, a public speaker here, so I'll just read my thoughts. Homestead, decades flooded. We had 2 feet of development, generated stormwater entering our home. This is all from failing infrastructure in our area. It's not a city problem, a county problem, it's a district problem. As I communicated in 2018 to the city and county, our ditch backflows in normal weather. We have a DOT pond abutting our property. It backflows, and I said this to the engineer in 2018 and to Ron Mead, a state DOT engineer, met him there and said, normal weather, if this water is backflowing in and you send all that stormwater from all the development on 44, it has nowhere to go. So it's gonna back up, flood my property. It flooded my property. Okay, concerning the governance of responsibility, Florida statute HB 503-403.814 parentheses 12, which states the project does not cause adverse water quantity or flooding impacts to receiving waters and adjacent lands. Stormwater management is required by the State Comprehensive Planning Act. It's also required by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. In truth, all government entities are responsible. This is not the time or place to address this entire body of these statutes. We will address them at the appropriate setting for future communications to mutually find solutions to this problem. We're not here to complain. We're here to help you help us. This is not a beach erosion issue. It's Ellison Acres, Corbin Park, Oliver Estates, Hawks Cove, Pine Island, surrounding homesteads, all of New Smyrna. This is a concern with the, it's the Jungle Road Bridge elevation. At that point, it's failing. Yes, as a local citizen, observe the underside of this bridge. It's rusting, deteriorating steel structure, but more importantly, the size of the bridge is undersized. It does not match the size of the immense construction build-out out of all the development around us, which now is a speed ramp for stormwater with hundreds of acres elevated with impervious asphalt. And that has been permitting, pushing the stormwater to us. An example, you've seen the bike path. Has anybody gone out and viewed the bike path between Glencoe and Colony Park? Totally imploded. That flow was heading straight to us. The same with the big ditch on 44 in front of the dealerships. That's bigger, deeper, wider, and it was topped out flowing to us. Otter Boulevard, overflowing, all three flows to our neighborhood, our backyard, which is Turnbull Creek. Full moon, incoming tide, we're going to flood. There's nothing you can do about it. So if you can't remove the development with impervious elevations, you approved, and you cannot cost-effectively raise our residents. Therefore, the only cost-effective solution is to install a seawall at the engineered appropriate elevation along the Turnbull Canal section from Highway 44 to Jungle Road. This section currently receives destructive amounts of stormwater from your development. This directed from the south and the western development. The seawall installation should prevent pushing the stormwater into our homes as we experienced and our entire neighborhood. The seawall will generate reasonable protection for the least amount of expense. Now, we are aware that the county has a non-atom valorem assessment that they've been collecting for 30 years. At about now, in 3 decades, this was specifically to plan, construct, operate, and maintain stormwater systems. Now, conservatively, it's on the north side of $1 billion in 30 years they've collected just to do that. So there are funds there. And then in permitting, in 1 year, $1.5 billion, 86% in residential. Have you seen all those zero lot lines? Everything's signing off on concrete and asphalt. It just can't keep going. And if you can't fix it, then you quit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Season's greetings to the mayor and the commissioner. My name is Kent Jeffrey. I also live in Ellison Acres, 172 Temple Street. I'm right on the corner of Jungle and Temple. I want to thank you first for your time. You know, we are glad you're here to listen to our problems. We, during Ian, had devastating flooding in our house and had hurricane insurance and discovered that doesn't cover flooding. So we are living with trying to reclaim our house. I'm here to encourage, as Audra said before, the city remove the debris and dredge the canal from the Jungle Bridge down Turnbull Creek, a quarter of a mile. I'm an avid kayaker. We go down there. It's clogged, it's hard to get through, and it can get very shallow, and that's city property, and my understanding is there's some equipment that could do that. Thank you very much. If you could work on that, that would really help our neighborhood and the flow of water. As you know, Turnbull Creek flows both ways. It goes from heavy rainfall, it goes down, very flooding, and the heavy surges come up. As you've heard, and I won't go on, development upstream is impacting us a lot. As owners of the property, we see each year that the bridges themselves are becoming less adequate to handle the flow downstream. You know, the word failing bridges come up. Jason was great to tell us that, you know, we have to be very careful when we use the word failing. As a middle school teacher of math and science for 35 years, I went out and did some measurement. The Jungle Bridge is 8 feet high and 60 feet long for 480 square feet of surface area. The opening for the water is 24 feet long, 6 feet wide. That's 144 square feet. That means 30% of the Jungle Bridge is adequate for water flow. The other 70% is damming the water. If you go up to the other end, as I kayaked up and made my measurements, the 44 bridge is again 60 feet wide and 8 feet tall, 488 square feet. The opening is 16 feet by 6. That's 96 square feet of water flow. That means 20% of the bridge is for water flow. The other 80% acts as a dam. So Jason made it clear, and I know that building bridges is a long process, but we want to go on record as saying, please consider, you know, working with whoever it would be. You're the people to, you know, help us with the bridges, help us clear the streams. It's made clear that, we would like to have, look upstream and in the watershed for things that come down, and a moratorium until we can get a grasp of that. I want to thank you for your time and wish you happy holidays.
Thank you for your remarks, sir. I appreciate it.
Hello, I'm Marilyn Jeffrey. I live at 172 Temple Street, Allison Acres. I agree with everybody in my neighborhood. I think the quickest, most cost-effective way of approaching this problem is to first and foremost dredge the canal, clean it out. There's so much overgrowth, so much debris that has added up over the years. That's the first thing to consider. We suffered devastating floods. We had fish in our house. We are traumatized by it like everybody else, and we don't want to go through it again. But I think it's important to note that our properties along Turnbull Creek are so susceptible, not just to big storms and hurricanes, but to any kind of heavy rain or king tide or even high tides. Our house is on the verge of flooding several times a year because we sit low, and that canal has been inundated with so much over the years, and it's built up. So if you could consider getting it dredged and cleared out first and foremost, that would be great. I love hearing about the moratorium, and I think you need to put it on the radar that eventually the best result and the most permanent result is to get those bridges replaced. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your remarks.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Ann Gunter, and I live at 140 Temple Street. And I'm here to just ask you if you could please work with us to have that canal cleared out, have the debris cleared out, and dredged so that we can have more water flow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good evening. Stephanie Doster on behalf of Volusia County Schools, 3750 Olson Drive, Daytona. I am here to speak about an item that you have on your agenda this evening. It is 7E, to consider a three-way partnership with Volusia County Schools, Volusia County, and the City of New Smyrna Beach to install a traffic light at New Smyrna Beach High School and 10th Street. Volusia County Schools takes safety very seriously with our students and within our community. And we have been actively working with Volusia County to have the traffic patterns at New Smyrna Beach High School evaluated, and they came through. They did a traffic study just last year and validated our concerns that yes, a traffic light is warranted at New Smyrna Beach High School. So we appreciate that you consider this evening, and if you have any questions, my staff is available. I'm available. We have Volusia County Traffic Engineering here to answer any technical questions you may have, but we very much appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for those remarks, ma'am.
Chronological order. Good evening. I'm Linda Cuthbert, 1810 Red Rock Road, New Smyrna. I'm a recently retired elected official to the Volusia County School Board representing District 3. Congratulations to the council members. Welcome back to the returning ones. To each of you, thank you very much for your public service. I'm here tonight to address an item on your agenda, much like Ms. Doster. I encourage you to vote to join the county, and I saw Mr. Reckenwald was here tonight, and the school district in funding that new traffic light to be placed in front of New Smyrna Beach High School's main entrance. The city is fortunate to have 5 public schools within its boundaries: Reed Patillo, Coronado, Chisholm. Chisholm happens to be a Category 3 hurricane shelter. New Smyrna Beach Middle and New Smyrna Beach High School, which is a Category 2 hurricane shelter. Treasure Partnership support our schools through local businesses, parents, the general public, and elected officials. However, a fundamental need was revealed when the new Lee High School was built and it opened in '06. It was the congestion of traffic. Too many vehicles in front of the school on 10th Street. During the last 16 and a half years, too many accidents have occurred, and not just fender benders. Too many unpleasant words have been uttered, too many waving of unkind hand gestures. Way too many people are now squeezing into the entrance to park or drop off students, causing way too much congestion, to say the least. Currently, there is no consistent police presence to direct traffic. The chief of police has previously told me that he lacks the manpower. There's no alternative electronic traffic guidance to tell whose turn it is to exit or to enter. There's no established or organized entry protocol. Volusia County only has control over its own property. The northern half of 10th Street belongs to the city. The southern half belongs to the county, which borders Edgewater on the other side of the street. I'm grateful to have had your city manager, Mr. Rashadat, the county manager, Mr. Reckenwald, our superintendent, Dr. Fritz at the time, our chief of operations, Dr. Shanoff, and our director of planning, Ms. Doster, meet together over the last 2 years to begin the discussion of a much-needed traffic light. Volusia County Council and Volusia County Schools have already voted each for their 1/3 contribution of $100,000. Just a short distance from this entrance is New Smyrna Beach Middle. We just completed a new parent pickup lane on our property to get the traffic off of 10th and Myrtle. But this is extensions on our property. There's no extra space to do that at the high school. Not too long ago, our school board voted unanimously to cede 5 feet of frontage New Smyrna Beach Middle School property to you, the city, for free, to allow a wider sidewalk for the future trail that will go in front of it. Last week, I attended an Edgewater City Council meeting to strongly encourage them to assist you to help paying for that third. I will continue to follow up with their participation. After all, their children go to our schools here in New Smyrna as well. I'm hopeful for their contribution. I won't let them get away with it. To reiterate, please act by voting yes to support our less stressful, more traffic flow for parents, visitors, students in front of our fabulously successful New Smyrna Beach High School. There is nothing more precious than the safety and success of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert, and for your service.
So I'm Lee Schwer, another one of the Ellison Acres residents, 148 Temple Street. I'm going to go back further. It's not just any ditch that we're on, the Turnbull Creek. It's something that our forefather, Turnbull, dug when he was establishing the first colony, New Smyrna Beach. And he dug this canal wide and navigable all the way to the inlet so that he could get his products out to the tall ships to get them back to Europe. So it's not just something that a little bit of water trickles through or ever has. This has been, ever since Turnbull, a big part of our stormwater egress. That failed. His colony obviously failed, but New Smyrna stood and he built that killer canal. There's a monument out there that says Turnbull's Grand Canal, actually, and all of that information is there on that monument. Ever since then, we've done nothing to maintain this canal, and now it's clogged on either end of Ellison Acres. And the bridges also are inadequate. Lately, there's been a new bridge built for the hiking trail, multi-use trail, that's 90 feet wide, 6 feet off of high water. Whoever did that study or engineered that bridge is brilliant. It works, doesn't hold back a drop of water when these storms come through. So as another citizen of that area, we're asking for help getting the ditch cleaned out, and ultimately and eventually, it's going to take a long time, I'm sure, but to get the other 3 bridges in that area to that size of whoever did that study and engineered that newer bridge for the multi-use trail. So begging you guys, and I know you're going through a lot right now, but we kind of feel like we've been forgotten because we've been fighting for this for years, long before Ian came along stating that this was definitely going to be a problem. And flooded, one house in there is flooded 4 times in the last 5 years. And it's part of the new construction in the area. And not that we're against that, but we just have to make do for the water that's got to come from the new construction all through our neighborhood. And it can start with cleaning out the ditch and hopefully building the bridges bigger. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Excuse me. Hi, my name is Lou Sones, and I live at 4318 Seamus Drive in New Smyrna Beach. Though I'm here to speak on another issue, listening to what folks are going through, I have to express how heartbroken I am and how much I pray and hope for a speedy recovery. You all seem to have gone through a tremendous ordeal, and I went through Sandy in Brooklyn, and I know what you're going through. Anyway, I am here to highly recommend John Frankhauser for the open position on Planning and Zoning Commission. Before moving to New Smyrna Beach, I sat on the Land Use and Landmark Committee of Community Board 6 in Brooklyn. I know what it takes to do this work, especially as a volunteer. That's why I mention this. From my experience, it takes 3 basic things to do this job. 1, a body of knowledge and expertise to contribute to the important work of this commission. John is a practicing structural engineer requiring specialized skills that would be of great value in the planning and zoning process. 2, a love of the community and a desire to serve it to make it better to live and to work. John volunteers at the food pantry and is on the HOA board of his condo association. 3, a passion for the work and willingness to do the due diligence to be prepared to add a useful opinion on a particular project. You can't just show up and phone it in. Anybody who knows John knows that he dives right in with passion, an abundance of enthusiasm, and most importantly, good humor and a willingness to work with others. So, in my mind, John checks all the boxes, and I'm sure he would be a valuable asset to this commission, especially with what this community is going through structurally right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Perfect. Hi. Thank you for your service to our city. I've sat here tonight and I've listened to all the hardship of other residents. I'm Nancy Olson. I live at 13 Cunningham Drive. I also listened to the county, and I heard 2 words from them: seasoned engineer are needed. You have one that's volunteering for your planning board, John Frankhauser. When you read his resume, you'll see he's worked with FEMA during Sandy up in New Jersey. He's even done ADA evaluations of the White House. The White House, not a White House, okay? Can you imagine the people of ADAPT, if he didn't do that job correctly? They'd be throwing themselves out of their wheelchairs and stretching out in front of that place, okay? He has done so much. He's a businessman. He started a business and it's grown tremendously. He's semi-retired. He will have no financial gain in getting this position. His heart is for the community, and our community needs his heart and his expertise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hello, Michelle Kelly, 1511 Beacon Street. I'm also here to advocate that you consider John Frankhauser for the position on the Planning and Zoning Board. I think everyone has spoken to his experience, his expertise, but I've also worked with him in volunteer positions, working on Adopt a Highway. I mean, the man's cleaned up trash along the highway, come on. So I think he'd be perfect for this job, especially in consideration for all the stuff that's been said already this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, Michelle.
Donna Atherin, 684 Corbin Park Road, New Smyrna Beach. I hate to say I'm excited to hear a lot of people backing what I have been in here saying for, oh, I don't know, 10 years about the Turnbull Creek, its history, what it's here for, and what we've got to do to it. I think that that gets the point across. That needs to be an agenda item where you can actually see the maps and the layout of this creek and the original depth it was at, and to understand how important that one little creek is to our total drainage system in the intersections of New Smyrna Beach. So I ask that you would consider allowing that to be on next month's agenda. I know that December is an ending month. You're not going to have another meeting after this. Holidays come around. January is a perfect place to start. And our team at the Turnbull Creek Preservation Board can put together some information for this commission to consider what can be used and where funds are available right now to help with cleaning out that creek, and that's with USDA Department of Natural Resources. And the man is into land. We can put together that presentation for you and show it to you in January. Could I ask that be an agenda item?
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Lowry Rocket. I'm at 261 Minorca Beach Way, Unit 402. Been there for several years now. And I want to speak also to what some previous people, particularly the ladies that talked about it, and that's Mr. Frankhauser. He's a neighbor and a friend of mine, and I highly recommend him for that position on the Planning and Zoning Board. I think I've got a little bit of a unique perspective on what makes a effective and efficient and a valuable member on these committees. I was on the City of Lake Mary Planning and Zoning Board for 5 years. I was chairman for 4 years on that board. Whenever I got off the board, the reason was I was the elected mayor of Lake Mary from 92 to 96, and also was a member of the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council during part of that time. So I believe, I may be biased, but I believe that I can say what an effective member, would be with their qualifications. And Mr. Frankhauser and I serve on the building committee for our HOA, recommending things like reserves that are necessary now, et cetera, overlooking construction. And listening to these people with their burdens concerning the recent storms, I believe that it's going to be a complex resolution to problems that are occurring and have occurred during this, and it's going to take time. And I believe that strong technical knowledge is very important to the upcoming problems and resolution of these problems that the city is going to be facing. And John, if you read his resume, he's got over 40 years of professional engineering experience. And as other members have said, he has a strong desire to serve the city, the community, and I would highly recommend him to be appointed to this position. I think he'll be a benefit to the city and the community as a whole. Thank you very much, and everyone have a very safe holiday season.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate your remarks.
Barbara Frappier, 2536 Edgewater Ave.
I don't think
And
I'll
pull
make
that
it.
microphone down to your
I
mouth.
don't think I'll make it to the moratorium time. So I want to just read this. It's about the flooding and everything that everyone has said, which is sort of tied into when you get to the moratorium. But I'm going to just read something, and I had mentioned before about having an overlay district to address the flooding. And a floodplain district overlay would be to ensure public safety through reducing the threats to life and personal injury, eliminate new hazards to emergency response officials, prevent the occurrence of public emergency resulting from water quality, contamination, and pollution due to flooding, avoid the losses of utility services, eliminated costs associated with response for cleaning up flooding conditions, reduce damage to public and private property resulting from flooding waters, discourage individuals from purchasing lands which are unsuitable for intended purposes because of flood hazard, control the filling, grading, and mineral extraction which may cause flood damage, and regulate the construction of levees, jetties, and other works which may increase flood damage. And I will make copies and provide them to you if you'd like to see them. I have copies of a floodplain district overlay regulations, as well as a water resources protection district overlay. The beginning thing is to have proper mapping of the area. So again, you're looking at the entire area, not just little segments here and there and trying to address it. And one gentleman brought up the fact, and I think it was mentioned in past, that if the water comes onto your property before you do your project, that same amount of water must continue to come on your property. If it leaves your property, it must continue to leave your property only at that degree. So you can't have 100 gallons come on and ship 150 off to the neighborhood. And so some of the regulations would be that no building or structure could be erected in a floodplain district and will not be used to sustain human occupancy, will not interfere with the natural water storage capacity of the land or the natural flow of water. So that is going to take some mapping by someone, maybe USGS. When we did it, when I worked on this before in another town, we did have a private engineering firm that did come out and map the entire area and come up with Water Resource Protection District A and B, and there were certain regulations for each one as to what could go there. So I know you're under the gun. I think there should be a way that you can extend your 90 days. There's no way that you can put something other than maybe a good idea together by February 23rd. But hopefully you could maybe extend this, come up with, be eligible for some sort of emergency extension or broadening of the time span that you would have to work to this. And as long as they don't think you're just sitting on your hands, they would probably be amenable to listening to your request for additional time to do the work that would be before you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Joe Dluback, 3587 Casalta Circle. I have two items of note this evening, neither of which have anything to do with Venetian Bay. First, the Florida Department of Transportation has recently held public hearings regarding their upcoming projects. The one of local interest is the Pioneer Trail 95 interchange. It should be noted that this project is expected to cost well over $70 million, eliminate nearly 100 acres of wetland and conservation area, but by the state's own study, provide minimal relief to Dunlawton and State Road 44, not to mention the lack of supporting infrastructure in Pioneer Trail. A citizens group has been operating to influence the DOT decision process. The question that I would like to leave with you is, what is the city's position regarding this project? And if against, what action is being taken to effect the change? Secondly, I would like to lament the passing of a dear friend with whom the city has enjoyed a 26-year relationship. I'm referring to the monthly Canal Street car cruise that has moved and it sponsored the East Coast Cruisers. This event, a signature event, has been the premier classic car event in the area and was attended by scores of people, both participants and observers. Its elimination tore at the core of this city's character. I can only hope that all options were explored for retention, including moving to a Sunday where the city proper is virtually a ghost town. I pray that other signature events like the multi-day New Smyrna Beach Art Show does not suffer the same fate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Good evening.
Hello, Santa.
708 South Cooper Street. I'm going to start with the words of Sir Rod Stewart in one of his songs that he sang. He said that time is a thief, and life is so brief when we're undecided. It's like a fistful of sand sifting through your hands. Why do I say that? I've sat in this room for a while now, heard folks tell the stories, unfortunate stories about how Hurricane Ian impacted them from September on to now. And I sat and I thought, how can we, the citizens, help the city? And I came up with the idea, proposal to all of you tonight, and I have it here and I'll read it off to you. It says, the first thing that we need to do, in my opinion, is to have a city staff-led, citizens augmented task force. Why is that? A city staff-led with citizen augmentation with citizens to include attorneys, biologists, insurance agent, architect, researchers, supporters, and as we spoke today with the young lady who's doing the maps, which would be great, and it's all be done on a volunteer basis. No cost to the city, no cost to anybody, no pay. We meet once a week, maybe 2 to 4 hours a day, and get direction from the staff, the city staff, which will lead this, not the citizens, the city staff, and do the work requested by the staff. What would that work be? That's where phase 2 will come in. Phase 2 will be a mandate that if you do agree on a moratorium, that you're going to talk about in next meeting, I believe, today and the following meeting, second meeting on that, you issue a mandate where the commissioner, the mayor, city manager issue a mandate that shall dictate the parameters of the work to be accomplished by the task force. What will it be? You decide. Also, some of the things could be flooding and the root cause of flooding. Evaluate the difference between the last 4 storms that hit our city and see what changed. I know that Charlie hit here, Ian, Irma, and Nicole. Where did we go right? Where did we go wrong? Look back at history, what flooded, what didn't flood, how do we change that? Just a suggestion. And the last thing, phase 3, would be to execute. To establish when the task force findings will be implemented. Will it be at the 6-month mark of the moratorium? Or would you like to have these, I recommend is to have this monthly updates by the task force, city staff-led task force, to bring up items that have been addressed. Hey, look, we should address this right now because of this and that there. Other than that, I don't know who John Franken, I forget your name, sir, but he sounds like an outstanding guy, and I recommend him too for planning and zoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thought I'd better come up by now. It was a good lead. Thanks. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm John Frankhauser, and I live at 261 Minorca Beach Way, near Lowry. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you and about my application for the Planning and Zoning Board. I know you've seen my application and my resume along with all the others. I know you know my professional qualifications by now. I don't envy you all. You had 24 applications. That's a lot. It appears to me that our P&Z board needs an engineer on the team. And my over 4 decades of structural engineering experience would fill this need. I have software tools, the time, and the talent to assist the other volunteer P&Z board members, as well as the hardworking city staff. As noted on the MSB website, the mission of the P&Z board is to review site plans and plats related to land development. I'm a semi-retired consulting part-time from my successful structural engineering firm that I co-founded 35 years ago, worked a total of 44. and it's in the Washington, D.C. area. I typically spend a few hours a week performing quality control reviews of the structural engineering documents that are prepared by my staff up there. This aligns perfectly with the tasks of the P&Z board, in my opinion. Approximately 90% of the projects designed by my firm are located in the Middle Atlantic region, and the other projects are located throughout the country, including Florida. I can assure you that my firm and my family have no current or past design projects or business intents here in New Smyrna Beach. I believe I am the most qualified candidate for this position, and I'm hoping to help the city where I'm homesteaded with my technical skills and my 44 years of engineering experience. Thank you for your time, and wishing you all a safe and happy holiday.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Frankhausen, and your willingness to serve.
I'm Grace Galarno. I'm at 2815 Westwood Avenue, New Smyrna Beach, and I'm here on behalf of the high school, New Smyrna Beach High School, and to support Ms. Hunziker. I attended homecoming, and I'm here because this is I didn't have any notes, so if you would please consider the approval of a grant request for the Community Strong Corporation rental waiver of the Brandon Center. So I was there, and I've been working at the high school off and on for quite some years. I'm a paraprofessional. I work with special needs, and I've been a substitute there also. But I attended homecoming, and it was a disaster. This was the first time they'd had this many kids come to the homecoming dance, and my son waited 2.5 hours. He's on the spectrum, and he was hot and very upset, and I could not even get him in, and I work at the high school. A nice young man who's a student that I have lunch with sometimes, in a wheelchair with severe cerebral palsy, waited 2.5 hours with his father outside, and that is just unforgivable. I'm not downing the high school because I absolutely love it there. I work with wonderful people there, but they did drop the ball. And we got to consider that these kids are our future residents. We want them to love New Smyrna Beach High School, New Smyrna to live here and work here. And it starts pretty much at the schools. You know, we want our kids to graduate and be nearby. And I have a graduate from there, and I currently have a son there. And it broke my heart because it was so hot, and the kids looked forward to this. I took some special needs students who rarely ever go to these dances, and they had a nice time, but some of their friends didn't get in. By the time my kid got in, it was probably 10:30. The dance was only from 8 to 12. This is really important to our teenage community. They don't know a lot about all this stuff, but that's their time in life. And these dances mean a lot. I'm there, I see them. So if you would please let them have a redo. We'd really appreciate this. This mom has gone out of her way to help us try to get this going, and I will help her in any way. Also, real quickly, I work at the school, and I'm terrified of coming in and out of there. Basically, with the whole light thing, I would love that, because I have to go in and out of there, and I have a future driver. So please consider that light. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else for public participation?
Chip Weston, 411 Hannah Jean Circle, New Smyrna Beach. On behalf of the New Smyrna Beach Residents Coalition, I wanted to thank staff for going many, many extra miles in helping us recover as quickly as we can from the storms. I also want to thank staff for the moratorium that they've created. I hope that it'll give the city enough time to look at the land development regulations, modify them if necessary, probably necessary. And also to give the staff time to look at hardening our infrastructure, because there are more storms, obviously, that are going to be coming in the future. And thank you all so much for what you do your patience, and happy holidays.
Thank you for your comments, Chip. Appreciate it.
My name is Glenn Storch, and I certainly feel for all the folks that have suffered from flood damage. As many of you know, my house also flooded. We had 5 feet of water, 2 feet in the house, lost 2 cars. We're still recovering from all of this. But what I'd like to see is find a way to solve the problems, not just to try to find some boogeyman to deal with it. So, for instance, in this case, there's some facts that you need to understand. One is New Smyrna currently has the most stringent stormwater requirements of anywhere in the county, probably anywhere in the state. You require more stormwater capacity than anyone at this point for new construction. You can see from listening to the folks here, the major problems were in those areas that did not have stormwater systems that were developed years ago. Ellison Acres, all those areas out there, they have no stormwater plans. You had a stormwater system at one point in the city that required each person to dig a little area for stormwater for each lot. Well, that didn't go over very well, did it? Because all those lots were filled in over time. So you have no stormwater at this point. So what you're looking at is more of a retrofit for all of these things in order to solve these problems. Fixing the canals, absolutely correct. My canal also was a problem, which is one of the reasons I flooded. But the retrofit is what Port Orange is doing, is what DeLand is doing, where you're actually buying property within these areas, creating stormwater systems, and then allowing for a place for the stormwater to go. That's something to look at. That's something that would actually solve the problem. I am concerned that the moratorium, which are dangerous, moratoriums are very dangerous because of the damages they can cause. But the moratorium is not geared towards solving the flooding problem. So that's what I'd like you to look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor.
Bad cleanup. You never want to have to follow that man. Scott Steger, I'm the outgoing president of the Chamber of Commerce, and I just want to say welcome to everybody who has come in. Valley, Lisa, Mayor Cleveland, congratulations. I'm on my way out. You have wonderful, wonderful Rachel Allen who's coming in. I wanted to thank you guys for your service and just tell you it's been a pleasure working with you for the course of this year, and looking forward to many, many amazing things going into next year. And just have a very Merry Christmas. Hope you guys have a good night.
Thank you for your comments, Scott. Merry Christmas. Is there anyone else for public participation? Public participation is now closed. We'll move to the consent agenda. Are there any items from the consent agenda that any commissioner would like removed, or to have a quick explanation from the city manager?
I have a quick comment on 6M.
6M? 6M.
So, as in Mary? Yeah, as in fireworks. So since this is the second year that they've been late in this application, I hope the staff reaches out to them and tell them that enough is enough, that it may not get support in the future if they can't follow the ordinances and the guidelines that we set forth. So please reach out to them and encourage them to be more timely.
Exactly the comments we had previously, Commissioner Hartman, with the city manager. That is exactly what will happen.
And Joe might, since Joe is a resident of Venetian Bay, he might remind them of that also.
I'd like to echo that statement. Next year, if they're late, I'm not going to support them. Thank you.
Any other commissioner with anything to remove from the consent agenda, or any comments or questions about that can be simply answered by the city manager?
Just keep in mind, Mayor, that we added 2 items and we continued 6J.
Very good.
That was continued to January 10th, 2023.
You need a motion
Yes.
on that specific continuance?
No, you pulled it, staff pulled.
Staff removed it to January 10th, so that one's fine.
I think he just wanted to remind you that there's a 6M and a 6N on
Yeah.
consent.
Absolutely. Can I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent items A through N excluding J.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any other discussion? City manager, city clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Breen?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to administrative items and new business. There's a discussion about position classifications. City manager, would you
Yes,
tee this up for us, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Before Heather gives her report, I just want to kind of give you a little bit of how this came about. We had 4 positions that they were available. A part-time grant writer. We had a part-time CIP coordinator. And then also we have a part-time HR assistant. And also we had part-time risk manager. We were having a hard time getting people to apply for these positions because they're part-time, so obviously they don't have the benefits and they don't have the enough hours. So as we talked to the staff, we thought about maybe combining these positions in order to maybe make it a full-time position and make it more attractive. So we looked at the part-time CIP coordinator as well as the part-time grant writer. There is quite a bit of correlation between the two. Obviously, a lot of the grants we get, it's for projects. So it would make a lot of sense to combine the positions, the CIP and the grant writer. But as we look, and as I look at the discussion with some of you during the briefing, I think I'm going to reconsider the second part of the request, which is the, combining the part-time of the risk manager and the HR assistant. After the briefing, I had a discussion with both the finance director as well as the HR director, and I think the more we look at it, I think we need probably a full-time position for the HR assistant. And it's not an administrative assistant, it's an assistant to the HR director. So I want to bring this item back probably later on, maybe either in January or February. But at this point, all I'm asking is just for the first part of it, which is combining the CIP coordinator and the grant writer. So with that, Heather, please just go ahead through the other items in terms of the cost analysis.
Sure.
Director Kidd, you got a report for us?
Thank you, Mayor, I do. Colleague covered most of what I was going to talk about. We have the 4 positions that we originally looked at, but in focusing on the CIP coordinator and the part-time grants writer, looking at those positions, we've had both of those positions posted for a year now. Both were put into the budget last year. We have done recruiting efforts with posting on various sites that we have. We've only had very few qualified applicants. And most of what we're finding is that we're not receiving the qualified applicants because we're not offering that in a full-time position. The lack of benefits that are in a part-time position for either one of those, I think, hinder most of our qualified applicants from applying to us at this time. So we looked at, in talking with our CIP manager, and what we could do to put those 2 positions together so that we could look at a person who has qualities in both areas, CIP and grant writing. They go together in a lot of ways in that a lot of our capital improvement projects we look for grants on. So we wanted to combine those positions, have it report to our capital projects manager, and take that into consideration when we're looking into our applicants of who can we find that who's looking for a full-time position. I think that will take us further with being able to find some qualified applicants who are looking for a full-time position and a professional position with that.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions from any commissioners to Director Kidd?
Heather, I
Vice
noticed
Mayor.
on the budget analysis, are you sure that we covered everything, including extra benefits, health care,
Yes. So what we did was I took our big budget spreadsheet that we use when we're doing our budget planning, and we actually plugged in those amounts that come from there so that we could look at the details of how it would change if we took those two positions. I think what you're probably seeing is we changed the pay grade a little bit. Because that person won't be doing just grants coordinator or just a CIP coordinator, we adjusted the pay grades a little bit. So instead of having our CIP coordinator at a 301, which is much higher, and our grants writer at a 203, we went in the middle and put them at a 209. And so I think that's why it probably doesn't look like as much of an increase as you thought it might.
But traditionally, benefit packages are usually 40 to 50% on top of the salaries. And this, to me, just shows salaries. So I want to make sure that there's no hidden costs coming down the line.
No, I'd be happy to send you the spreadsheet that we used. If you want to see that, I'm happy to send it to the entire commission so that you can see those
Fine,
details.
Just as long as it's been looked at.
It has.
Thank you.
It has.
You got any other questions?
No.
Very good.
If I
Go
may,
ahead.
Mayor,
Yes, go
before
ahead.
you move on, call it if, we didn't talk about the victim advocate portion of this that we added. We wanted to add that in, please, also. We currently have 2 victim advocates at our police department, and one of the requirements for our grant with that is that one of them be listed as a coordinator. And so we'd like to take one of those positions and reclassify that into into a victim advocate coordinator for that position. And that was included with the budget numbers that I gave you for this. So that's all included in there, and I just want to make sure that that is included and is a part of what we're doing here tonight.
Any questions about that? Heather, we're grateful for the transparency. Just want to reiterate, we're looking for premium folks to apply for this. We're trying to attend to a town that is looking for premium services. So I'm grateful for the salary increase and, as Commissioner Hartman pointed out, the benefits package that will aid in getting quality folks in the door. So
yes, thank you.
This does not require commission action. This is under the city manager's purview. Any other questions for the city manager on this topic? Okay, thank you very much,
you.
Heather. So the next is item 7A1, and if you don't mind, city manager, tee that up for us before our finance director speaks to that.
That has to do with the budget amendments, which typically we do because the combining of the positions, and so we had to do a budget amendment to it. There was a saving that's if we use both of them, the $29,000. But obviously, if we only use half of the request and also the, I guess, the upgrade of the position in the police department, I don't think Heather has done the analysis on it in terms of the saving at this point. But we will ask the commission just to approve the budget amendments on the first half of the 2 positions and also for the adjustment on the police department position.
Yes, and I believe what we'll need to do is bring that back at the next meeting with the updated budget analysis and resolution for you.
Great. So do we need to proceed with a vote on this, or are we going to continue it till we
We're
get the
going to continue it
full
to
report? Okay.
January the 10th.
Very
So we
good.
will have the numbers for you.
Very good. And no need then for Director Eckroth, for Natalia to come up?
Yes, ma'am.
Not required. Very good. Okay. Okay. On to Resolution 7122. I'm sorry. We're going to continue that. Next is item 7B, the consideration of approval of variance. And so, city manager, if you would tee that up for us so we understand what that is.
Which one?
7B will be considered under 8D, so we're on 7C.
7C now? All right.
7B, we moved it to 8D.
Very good. I understand now.
So we're on 7C right now.
7C is coming up, so thanks, Jason, I appreciate that. Okay, let's do 7C, and Colin, if you'll tee that up before, before we...
Very good. All right, Mayor, we have two requests before you tonight on the using of the Brannan Center and asking for a waiver. The first one is, it's a non-for-profit organization, and it's called Community Strong Corp. And they have submitted a request to waive using the Brannan Center on a Saturday, and that will be January the 7th. Typically, the fee for the Brannan Center is $2,500 for a Saturday and $1,800 for a Friday. So the request is to waive the $2,500 for using it on Saturday, January the 7th, and that would be for the New Smyrna Beach High School homecoming dance. The other request is they're asking, and this is Community Strong, they're asking for the use of the Brannan Center on Friday, February the 10th, and that's from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Obviously, this is it's a fundraising for a community relief, and that will be $1,800 for a Friday fee. Our Leisure Services Director is here, and I want him to go in a little bit detail on that, and to see if you have any questions, and then we could talk about the fee and then what we could do with that.
Thanks, Rob.
Good evening. I'm Rob Wilkie. I'm the president of Strong for You, which is also Community Strong. I created this 3 years ago.
Hold on, Rob. I meant about Rob, our Leisure Services Director, and then you could speak
Leisure
up.
Services, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
All right, good. This good?
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Just a little back history about what we're doing. I think Khalid gave a quick snapshot of it pretty accurately. I'm kind of looking for guidance on the course of action you'd like us to take regarding nonprofit requests overall. Community Strong has made 2 requests, and this isn't to single them out in any fashion. It's kind of a unique request with events so close together with January and February. We've had requests in the past prior to COVID where we've reduced the fee that nonprofits have paid by 25% historically. With our current promotional pricing that we instituted during the pandemic, Khalid reviewed the rates for the $2,500 for Saturdays and $1,800 for Fridays. Those rates are currently lower than what historically the 25% had been for nonprofits, so that's why we're presenting those to you. If it pleases the commission, I can come back with a proposal to how to address nonprofits officially. We can do that for next month. I can have something drafted for your review. But I'm looking just for direction on how to proceed with these requests initially to get them on the books. One of my opinions or thoughts was to have the staffing costs covered when we make these type of recommendations for nonprofits at the Brannan Center. But I defer to you guys for guidance and direction.
So you're offering your personal opinion about this particular one is to cover the cost? That's
Yes,
your
sir.
idea?
That was the
Okay.
recommendation I had in the staffing report for my findings. I think you guys have a copy of that as well. Yes.
Really good. Thank you. Are there any questions from any of the commissioners?
Rob,
Vice
there's
Mayor.
nothing else scheduled around that time or on the books?
No, these events would be able to occur on the days they've
Occur on
requested.
time. And I like your idea of at least covering staff time in the future, so I look forward to seeing that.
Okay.
How do you,
Oh, I was going to say clarification. Rob, I think you suggested that as part of your proposal for next month, you would like to see staff costs covered for nonprofits, or was it for this one's only?
Both.
Okay.
So I can come, I don't have an official proposal
Yeah, no, I
this
understand.
evening.
Right.
But what I would like to do would be to institute some type of either staffing cost or percentage across the board for nonprofits for you to approve for standardization.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Sure.
And I have no problem with the concept of taking care of the kids, but Community Strong, I couldn't find good information about. And so
I am more comfortable giving when I can verify the, the nonprofit to whom we're giving.
Sure.
Thanks, Commissioner Martin. Commissioner Perine?
My question is how, excuse me, how do you have priority over, let's say if a nonprofit wanted the same date as somebody that wanted to pay for that night? How do you do it? First come, first serve? What's your criteria for that?
Yes, ma'am. The Brandon Center is booked on a first come, first served basis. When somebody wants to reserve a date, there's typically a deposit put down. So they wouldn't have a reservation unless we had a deposit on hand. We don't have if we had a request on the books from a nonprofit and a private party made a request, we wouldn't bump the nonprofit for the private party. If there was already an existing reservation, that would just be the reservation we went with.
And do you have them do the deposit in good faith, even though some of that may be waived? Or?
That would be part of my proposal, to make sure that deposit's collected regardless of the nonprofit status of
I
the
could
organization.
see that being a problem if they did not.
It has been. We've had some issues where the nonprofit viewed the whole thing as waived, but I want to collect the deposit regardless.
Any other questions? So for clarity, for tonight's motion to approve these two, it's your recommendation that we, even though we don't know yet the cost, because that may not be determined, you recommend that we cover the cost for tonight and going forward for these two and for any moving forward?
Yes, sir. My recommendation would be to cover the cost of the staffing. That's my recommendation for the Community Strong events. I will have a proposal to you for next month to review for future events moving forward.
Great. Thank you so much.
Mayor, I need some
Sir.
clarification. So I understand what's in front of us tonight, but you're saying we're going to have an agenda item in the future that you're going to want direction on? That's already scheduled for January?
There is no item already scheduled, Commissioner McGurk. What I'd like to bring back, with your approval, would be a proposal of how to handle nonprofit requests at the Brandon Center moving forward.
Well, we will provide options for you in terms of dealing with the non-for-profits. So we will have that, and also I want to restructure the fees because currently the fees for the Brandon Center, we have reduced it to 50%. This is when the pandemic happened, to try to generate some revenue. So typically this $2,500 is $5,000. So we would come back with an agenda item and giving you some options to choose from, but we will make a recommendation for you.
So I'll save most of, so I find it humorous because we've had this discussion, we've had these discussions on the dais before we even got the center open, where we talked about funding it, how expensive it was gonna be, how nice it was gonna be, and what we couldn't do was simply let people use it for free. So that'll be for the, yes, I wanna schedule it, but, so my personal feelings on this is, this homecoming thing is, how we end up getting stuck with this concerns me. This is an issue with the school board. The school board has its own funds. This was a school board issue, and somehow we want to create a new homecoming. My concern is the precedent we're setting. Someone doesn't like something, it's homecoming, it's the prom, it's this, it's that. We don't like what the school board did, or we don't like what they're gonna do, so we're gonna go and create our own event. Makes me real nervous. Just the whole concept of this makes, it doesn't feel right. It seems like this is something that the parents should be taking up with the school board, and the school board and the parents need to figure this thing out. How we end up in the middle of this, it concerns me a little bit. I worry about, as I said, what are we opening the door to simply because people didn't get in or something wasn't done right? So anyway, I'm inclined to go ahead and support this one time, but this is not something that I'm going to want to be seeing come forward in the future, dealing with the school board and the parents, and somehow, and we're not getting paid. I mean, we got we got Southeast Volusia. And if the parents are that upset about it, they can all chip in a little bit to cover the cost of this center. So this one I may let slide, but it's a slippery slope that we're going down every time someone or a group of parents doesn't like something that the school board did, not to the satisfaction of the parents.
Appreciate that perspective. And anything else from you?
No, sir.
Mr. Sal? All right, very good. So gentleman here that would like to speak to us on this topic. Go right ahead, sir.
Okay, Ms. Martin, I apologize. Community Strong is doing business as Strong for You. You can pull the website up. We've been doing business. It basically represents New Smyrna, Edgewater, Oak Hill, Samsula. I wanted to keep it in the community. Some of you might know me. I've done a lot for this community in the last 3 months. I've bailed New Smyrna Beach Leisure Services out. When the hurricane was coming, they had 100 pallets sitting at the airport. My charity took those 100 pallets in 24 hours and had them brought down to Edgewater and warehouses and distributed to all the people of New Smyrna and Edgewater with their products for hand sanitizers to shampoos to everything. I've run 5 days of furniture drives that I've filled up Mike's Furniture in Edgewater 4 times and gave away couches, beds, and everything relentlessly for the hurricane relief. So I do believe in giving to our community. I've lived here for 36 years, and I believe in New Smyrna, Edgewater, Oak Hill, and Samsula as one, because I went to New Smyrna High School. This is my town. I love my town. It's growing bigger. I miss the old town, but it is my town. I came here not because I wanted to get something for free. I will pay for it out of my own pocket and my own business if I have to. What I'm asking for is, yes, the high school students were stuck out. Some kids got in for 20 minutes after paying $60, and the Volusia County School Board would not refund them their money. They were there for 20 minutes in a homecoming. They got their hair done. They got their tuxes. They got their dresses, and they spent 20 minutes in there. Some kids didn't get in. They said it was a security issue. They were scanning them. Well, if it was a security issue because you were worried about somebody bringing a gun in, don't you think 300 kids standing in a parking lot is more apt to get killed than people in a building? So to me, I was asked which event was more important, raising money for Hurricane Ian relief or the homecoming. To me, they're both different. How could I choose one? Okay, kids want to have a memory. When I went to high school, my homecoming was great. I'm sure your homecoming was amazing too. So I understand where you're coming from, that it could be a snowball effect. But I put on the prom at Sugar Mill 2 years ago when the high school canceled it. And they told all the kids, you can't have prom because of COVID. Well, my charity paid for everything and had the prom put on at Sugar Mill for these kids because I believe in the kids. As for Hurricane Ian relief, my goal is to raise $50,000 to $100,000 on a Valentine's Day dance. You know where that money's going to go? To the people that can't put drywall up or put flooring in February, March. Because the people that have the money are going to have their houses done by March. They're going to have their houses done by Christmas. The people that don't have the money, come March, are not going to be able to put their drywall up or their carpet or their tiles. So that's what that event is for, to raise money for people that we can take and work with the Red Cross and work with some of the other communities, other establishments, to raise that money to help people. They'll go through a structure process. We will see their finances. We will ask for a lot of different things. And then we will select the people that we need to help out in our community, New Smyrna, Edgewater, that were most affected.
Thank you.
That's all I'm asking.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Appreciate
All
it.
right, thank you.
You bet.
For your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, is there a motion? What is the will of the commission?
Make a motion to charge staff time for both events.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion to charge staff time for both events.
Great. Is there a discussion from any of the commissioners? Mr. Perrine?
No, I just wanted to thank Rob. I've been following all the things you've been doing for the hurricane victims, and it's amazing. Thank you for all that.
Yeah, let me make a brief comment. Rob, no one questions your heart and your give to the Southeast Volusia community. I can't think of anybody who does singly, at your age, running a business what you do. So don't mistake what I was saying to be something about you. It was about a problem somewhere else and obviously not wanting that to snowball. You do a great job in the community, and I hope you're going to be running for elected office someday in your community.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Breen?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Okay, next item is the discussion on the solar option at the maintenance facility. City Manager, would you tee that up for us before Director Ray speaks to us?
Yes, Mayor. This is probably about 2 years that we talked about solar panels. That was suggested by Vice Mayor Hartman. And we talked about having it at maintenance operation. Well, in the meantime, we were talking about relocating the building maintenance from Smith Street out to Industrial Park Avenue. So we initiated the planning process of having an addition at that location. And so at the time, the staff estimate was $500,000 for the addition. We were trying to put it out for a design build, which we did. And the first time that we were expecting the proposals back, we received none. And so we put it out again, and we received proposals. However, it's almost time and a half of what the initial estimate was. So it's a lot more. We didn't have the funding available at this point. However, the solar issue, we had it in our bank note initially, but then when we discussed the ARPA funds priorities, this was on the priority list with $300,000 for the solar. So we have a couple of options that he is going to discuss, and then we'll answer any questions that you might have.
Very good. Director Ray, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. As Khalid had pointed out, part of this process was bringing the building and maintenance department over as part of maintenance operations, and it's actually demoing the facilities we have right now for our streets department, and it would be creating kind of an L-shaped building that would be able to house both departments over at our maintenance house facility. And one of the portions of the bid that we went out for was the ability to put solar on there. And those bids came back, and we're verifying those prices, but they came in at this point under budget from what we were anticipating for the solar. But one of the main aspects of it was we wanted this solar that we're going to put on this building, if approved, to cover all the energy that this building is going to produce. So we would have a zero electrical footprint based on having this solar system attached to the roof of this new facility that we're going to have. We're verifying those prices. Our goal is, after the bids are evaluated, our goal is in January to bring a recommendation to you all for approval of not just the solar, but the whole project as a whole.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ray? Commissioner Martin.
Have you looked at adding passive energy reduction? And when I say that, I'm talking about things like high LRV paint, additional insulation, light-colored roof, all the things you can do to augment, if you will.
Yeah, that's something that when we get to the, whichever company is going to be recommended for the award, that's when we're going to have those discussions about all the colors and things. Because right now it's a steel building. It's going to be a steel building that doesn't have the insulation per se.
So we're going to do solar without insulation?
It's going to, so we're going to have it's an open base steel building. There's going to be 3 areas in the building that will have insulation because they're going to be air conditioned. But a vast majority of the building is going to be open bays that we're going to hold equipment. We're going to hold our water barricades that we do for hurricanes, our pumps for the hurricanes, and things of that nature, and basically keeping our equipment out of the salty air and the conditions that we have right now.
Sure, no, I understand that. And I just, as long as passive methodology is included along the way, I think that would be very helpful.
We can definitely add that in.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any commissioner?
I
Any other
do.
comments?
What's your cost even, break-even analysis? How many years for that?
In terms of the
Cost versus break-even with the zero
So
monthly?
our goal right now was essentially to have the solar be able to cover all the electrical that we would produce out of that building.
I guess my question would be your year-to-date electrical costs divided into the cost of the solar panel project, to know how many years it would take to break even on the cost.
I don't have that information readily available tonight. I can get that for you, though.
That'd be
That's
great.
a good one, Colin, to come back with. Where's the knee in the curve? Excellent. Any other comments? Vice Mayor?
So just to give you a little bit more information on this project, it actually started with the previous city manager. And when I first brought the project forward, we were discussing the city gym as a possible location for the solar panels. We were in the process of building the Live Oak Cultural Center, and it was suggested that we hold off on that until the Live Oak was done. We could design the building in such a way that it would ensure that we could hold the panels and stuff. That didn't happen. We were talking about a new roof for the maintenance operation building 3 years ago that hasn't been done today. And so we thought, well, we could move the solar panels to the maintenance op building, but that hasn't transpired. In the process, we've submitted submitted to UCF to do a study on solar operations for the city of New Smyrna Beach. They identified every building that the city owns and what the return on investment would be given the number of square feet of the solar panels and what our average electrical bill would have been at that time. Keep in mind now that your utility rates have gone up this past year, so that may affect those numbers plus the cost of the stuff. So, but every building that we own was evaluated, and including in that evaluation was done with added insulation, sealing of windows and doors. They did a whole energy analysis when they did that. So that report is available out there. It's 2 or 3 years old, but it's out there. The reason I bring this up is we've moved this, and moved this. It's been kicked down the road for about 5 years now. And where originally, you know, I thought, well, we're going to do the maintenance op roof. Now we're going to do the new building. We'll have more space. It'll be more efficient. And now we're over budget. It's going to be another 1 or 2 years maybe before that even breaks ground or gets built. You know, we have this money set aside. This was a goal for the previous commission. It's been a goal of mine since 2016. So I think that we should really evaluate all of the other options for solar on some other building. Some of those had a return on investment in 5 to 7 years. Some of them not so good. I mean, we looked at all the fire stations, we looked at the police department, we even looked at this building, but because of the older design, it was going to cost too much support for roof support to put it on this building. So I think my purpose to have this brought back was to look at everything that we have, all of the documentation that we have, and if we're not going to be able to do the maintenance op building within this next fiscal year, then maybe look at another location to do this and proceed forward with this project. If we don't do the full 300,000 and we pick a smaller building, we'll at least have data. You'll have hard data to say, yes, those projections were true, or no, they weren't true. And we're really not getting the return on our investment as we thought we would, and we can scrap the whole any project going forward. But until we start getting some data, we don't even know, is it a viable option for us? And then given what's available out there with grants, from the federal government, the new design and stuff for solar panels, I think this could be a way of a cost savings for us going forward. We know we're looking at increasing costs in next year's budget because of the salary increases we do. If we can cut $100,000 off our utility bills citywide, I mean, it's a great resource of revenue. I'm tired of kicking it down the can, kicking the can down the road. I think the project needs to move forward.
Randy, I have a question for you.
That perspective is great that you guys bring about where we've come from. That's helpful for us newbies here. Commissioner Perrine.
I seem to recall money going towards solar panels from the ARPA funds. ARPA funds. What was something for solar panels? What building was that for?
Originally, the money was going to come out of a loan that we had approved in the previous budget year. We were going to use that money we secured a loan and we're going to use that loan money to purchase the solar panels. But at that time, we thought we were immediately going to put a roof on the building, maintenance ops building. So after that, we were awarded the ARPA funding, and the solar money went away from the loan package and is now part of the ARPA funding that was approved by the previous commission. So there's $300,000 sitting in our account designated for solar, and
I thought that ARPA fund money for that solar panel was already approved, and if that's the case, why is it being brought up tonight with this new board?
what's being brought up is moving forward with it and not waiting on the maintenance op building that is now over budget and may not get built for years and years to come. So we should look at our other options for solar, the other buildings that are within the city, and move forward with the project, since the funding is already there.
That's what I hear. He said, find a building. If not this building, because it's over, find another building, let's get started. And that's what I hear you saying. City manager, I know you have something to enlighten
No, I
us
just
with.
want to just clarify the $300,000 in the ARPA fund, it's not specific for a building, but it's specific for the project itself, for the solar. And Commissioner Hartman is right. I mean, when we looked at it initially, we had the UCF do the report. They did evaluate the buildings. Some buildings, they could have the solar panels. Some buildings, they couldn't. But when we looked at the maintenance operation addition, because it's such a big building that we could have the panels on it, it makes it easier for us. It's a new building. That's why we did that. But we had a hard time finding somebody to submit a proposal. So it's been dragging itself, and I agree with him. But wasn't on our part, it was just what happened with the building. But if that's the case and we don't want to spend the $300,000, I could look at another building from the report and see which building would be appropriate to have the panels on it, and we will move forward with that. So that's what we'll do.
Can we have that at the next meeting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. I think we've exhausted that one. Thank you, David. Appreciate you coming up. Okay, next item is 7E, I believe. It's a request from the Volusia County School Board for a three-way partnership.
Yes, sir.
And the city manager, can you tee this up for us?
Yes, sir. This project we've been, I guess, discussing that with the school board and the Volusia County for the past couple of years. Initially, we had the meeting with the school board chairman as well as Volusia County staff and the city staff. They were looking for a three-way partnership to install this traffic signal on 10th Street at the high school. The Volusia County Traffic Engineering did a traffic analysis for a signal, and the traffic light met one of the criteria, which means if it meets one of the criteria, that it's the traffic signal is warranted. This was discussed with the previous commission. Commission initially approved it, but not officially. The three-way partnership would be $100,000 each, Volusia County, the school board, and the city of New Smyrna Beach. However, at the time when I brought it up to the commission, they have asked me for Edgewater to participate in this partnership. And so we looked at how many students are in New Smyrna Beach High School from Edgewater. And I think, if I remember at the time, was about maybe 700 students overall from Edgewater. So when I calculated their numbers, I think we were looking at $38,000. So I did approach at the time the city manager and ask him to see if they are willing to participate. And initially they were saying, hey, we'll look into it. And I think they were thinking about that they could use transportation impact fees to pay for this. But obviously, because it's outside the city limits, they were unable to do that. However, recently, our mayor has reached out to the new mayor, and I have reached out to the city manager, and we saw them this morning. We're trying to revisit that participation issue with them. So they might come back. They have to discuss it with their commission. But staff recommendation is to go ahead and approve this safety traffic light. The reason that the traffic light, somebody will wonder, we just installed one at the fire station and we paid $600 and probably close to $700,000. That traffic light is a mast arm traffic light. This is just a concrete with some cables. The traffic light will be used during school hours, so it's not like a full-time traffic light 24/7, but it will be used during the peak hours for the high school. With that, staff recommends the approval of this, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Other comments or questions from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Perrine?
How long will it take before Edgewater gives us a time frame whether or not they'll approve the 38,000 or not?
So Valley has spoke with both the mayor, Depew, and the city manager this morning, and a follow-up to Khalid, as we'd agreed. Both are very interested. Mayor Depew, who's recently been through it, and so he knows firsthand. And surprisingly, City Manager Glenn had said that, yes, we will reapproach the commission. So I'm not sure what our best move is here, whether to go ahead and say, yes, we want to participate and not specify the amount, or whether we defer till we get an answer back from them, which will probably follow their next commission meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this to get an answer and a commitment from them before we agree to pay the 1/3 of the $300,000.
We have a motion on the floor to defer until we hear from Edgewater. Is there a second?
Second for discussion. What's our time frame, Khalid? What does this, I mean, I'd kind of like to put Edgewater a little bit on the hot kind of like, hey, not pay for it and be like.
I don't have any timeline on the actual traffic light. I would like Stephanie Doster here from the Volusia School Board, and she's been dealing with the county. So if you have any timeline, Stephanie.
So I guess a question, Stephanie. By the way, welcome back. Stephanie was one of our planners for a short period of time. So what's this do to your time frame? Do we have the time to defer this to the next meeting to see what Edgewater is going to do?
Well, I have Sean Costello here with Traffic Engineering for Volusia County. They are actually agreeing to design and install this to significantly reduce the price of this project. Timeframes, I will defer.
Timeframe, we're looking at about 3 to 4 months for the design, and then for construction, it's all going to be dependent on the availability of the materials. Like everybody else, we're kind of dealing with some shortages, so once the design is done and we're good, then we can, we probably expect about 4 to 6 months for construction.
So if we held up approving this money for 1 month, because then we're not going to be until the first meeting in January. Is that going to create any major problems or heartburn for anybody?
No, because we expect our design to be done realistically by March, no later than April.
All right. Appreciate your guys'
That helps a
comments.
lot. Any other points, Commissioner Martin?
Just, I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying that the design is already in process?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
Oh,
we actually.
Good. So what we're doing is trying to decide the funding for the actual construction.
Yes.
Okay. Then 1 month, I
Yeah.
can understand. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, no, we're good. We actually had our design crew, our staff, and I believe it was the principal of the school actually out there today looking at the locations of where we can set the poles and stuff, so.
Thank you for the report. Thank you for the added color. Appreciate that. Thank you both. We have a motion on the floor, and we're discussing it. Any further things to discuss, Vice Mayor?
No, I just have a comment. I would encourage each and every one of you to go by there some afternoon and see what the problem is. As Ms. Cuthbert identified, the traffic signal isn't going to solve all the problems, because the problems are the parents that are queuing up in the driving lanes for a mile or half a mile or so, waiting to get into the property. So the traffic light's not really going to solve the problem, and it's only going to be functional for, an hour or so in the morning, an hour or so in the afternoon. I mean, to me, you'd be better served to have a traffic person, a police officer, or somebody out there directing traffic for those short periods of time. But I'll support the motion to postpone, to table, or move.
Very good. Okay, let's call the question. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes.
Commissioner Perine,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, item 7.1E. City Manager, would you tee that up for us as well? The budget adoption.
Well, that has to do with the other positions, so.
Okay, that's that with the positions that we've given you. Okay, very good. All right, were any of the other consent agenda items moved into this section, Colin?
No.
Are there any other consent agenda items that are in this section?
No.
Okay, very good. We'll move on to ordinances in the second reading and a public hearing. Item 8A. Would you tee that up for us, please, City Manager?
All right.
It's the property on 720 South Dixie Highway.
Now, this is the Save-A-Lot building. They submitted for a special exception application. We keep hearing about different uses of the building at this point. One is a produce, one is a church, and then the other one is a mini storage. However, I don't think of them have been confirmed at this point that I'm aware of. I know I saw the produce have a sign that says that they relocated or they're going to relocate to 720 South Dixie. I don't think we have any major issues to speak with, but I just would like to know what is exactly going in that building. And so when I talked to the staff, they weren't really exactly sure at this point of what's going on. But so with that, I'll have Jake kind of go through some of the other items in the request.
Before that, before you speak, Mr. Baker, this will be part of the city's quasi-judicial public hearing to consider the approval of this special exception application. With that, this is a testimony, and so just state your name and your position for the record, please.
My name is Jake Baker. I'm a senior planner with the City of New Smyrna Beach. I have a bachelor's degree in history and a master's degree in urban planning design development. I attained my AICP, American Institute of Certified Planners, in 2008. At the Planning and Zoning Board meeting on November 7th, 2022, the Planning Board voted 5-0 to recommend the City Commission approve the special exception request to allow mini warehouse storage at 720 South Dixie Freeway. Now, at the time, I think the building was basically kind of up in the air as to what was going on there. Since then, I understand Perine's Produce is operating out of the former Save-A-Lot store. The martial arts studio is actually moving down US 1, but within New Smyrna Beach to the former Kenny's Liquor down by Sherwin-Williams and McKenna's down there. So they're staying in town, but moving down there. And there is still an existing boat business on the south side of the building. So basically, they're still thinking of trying to potentially put some mini warehouse storage somewhere in this building. So, but it still might not happen, is basically how this whole application has come to us. So, like I said, from the beginning, it might be the whole thing. Now, it might be a little bit, but we do think that it meets all of the criteria that is required for a special exception approval. They have provided a landscape plan, which is a requirement of a mini warehouse storage facility to come in as a special exception. So if any of it were to be used as it, they would have to landscape the whole frontage along US 1, which would clean up the whole appearance across the whole front. Typically, these special exceptions are good for a one-year time frame, meaning they got to act on this basically within a calendar year. You are free to extend that time frame if you want to say 18 months, 2 years, whatever you want to do, but it's a year typically. Again, we said we feel that it meets the criteria, and if you have any questions for me, I'm here, and they have an applicant is here as well.
Very good. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Baker from any of the commissioners? Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as I gathered, there's just no clear direction as to what this is going to be, other than we know that the martial arts is moving out. And this Save-A-Lot building, which is the building we're talking about.
Correct.
Is either going to be mini warehouses, Perrines Produce, or a combination of both. But regardless of what they do, they meet the criteria for the special exception for the mini warehouse.
That's it.
And when you say they have a one-year time frame to start, or what is the 1 year?
Basically, if you guys decide today that the special exception is a reasonable request, you approve it. They have till December 13th, 2023 to basically get the ball rolling on getting their mini warehouse storage approval in line so they can start putting these things into the building somewhere.
Okay, so if they meet the criteria, they meet the criteria. Knowing is more something of a personal information we'd like to have, but.
Yeah. There's no new construction. It would all be internal to the building. So you wouldn't really, only thing you'd see differently is some landscaping along US 1 across the front.
Thank you.
So I've got information that the Perrines, has opened. They had a soft opening yesterday.
Oh, so they're in there.
They're in there. This sounds like this is a whole new and a whole different business that also is trying to open up inside the building. Have I got that right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's mini storage. This is not the Perrines, which is open. Their soft opening occurred yesterday. They're running their business.
Yeah, the building itself is 57,855 square feet. I don't think Perrines probably is, half of that. So there is still space in there. I mean, I'm not saying the boat business is moving. I haven't heard anything. But for all I know, they move out and they put mini warehouse storage in that portion of the building. I don't know. There is an applicant here who could probably answer some of the specifics.
Perfect.
And there is, if I'm not mistaken, a special pre-app tomorrow morning for a church also there.
Yes, that churches are also special exceptions in the B3 zoning district, and we're actually having a pre-application meeting for a church, which could potentially go into the site, which would have to run the whole gamut of going to planning and zoning board and the city commission. So you might see a different use potentially for the same structure in probably about a couple of months before we get to you.
So are we sort of spooling up every special exception business and just somebody eventually either gets a dartboard or we get to choose, or,
Right.
How does this work?
Well, this isn't a city brought forward application. This is a private application that came forward. So, I mean, if specific questions, again, I'd have to
The applicant,
defer to them.
okay. Is the 1 year codified?
Yes, it says a year, yeah.
Okay, so that's firm regardless of what the special exception ends up being.
Yes, but you can't extend it. That is one of the statements in there. If you wanted to give them a different amount of time, you can.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Appreciate that. Anybody else?
I do. I looked at your landscape renderings, and I wondered if we could add a reasonable condition to the what you're offering, and that would be that you work with the staff that uses trees that satisfy the city ordinance, as well as trees that don't lift up the sidewalk, because some of those trees look pretty close to the sidewalk. I like that you're doing that. I drove by there yesterday, and it looks very plain, and there's not very many trees there now. But we also, when we put these trees in different places, like on Canal, they're not maintained. A lot of times there's weeds growing, and all kinds of things that, because they're not maintained by the owner and followed up to make sure they're still alive in a year. So my condition is that the proper trees are planted there so that they don't lift up the sidewalk and cause problems later, and that they're maintained by the property owner.
I think most of the proposed trees are closer to the building in the drainage area. I think they're actually cypress that are going back there. And the existing live oaks are staying as they are. I think they're about 8 to 10 feet off the curb sidewalk.
So the new ones wouldn't be as close, and that would be a special condition that they maintain their own landscaping and
Yes.
use the trees that are recommended.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Is the applicant here and willing to speak? I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Hartman.
Talk to me about traffic counts. What's the traffic count on a mini warehouse?
It is considerably less than a grocery store.
Okay.
It is quite low.
So this isn't going to be may not be a traffic issue going forward because of the traffic counts are extremely
That's
low?
probably one of the lowest uses out there is
Okay.
these warehouse storage facilities.
Thank you. I wanted that on the record.
Good catch. Thank you, Commissioner Hartman. Yes, sir. For the record, sir, your name and position, et cetera.
Mayor, council members, good evening. My name is Darren Elkind. My professional address is 142 East New York Avenue in DeLand, where I've been for many years. It is my pleasure to be before you this evening, my first time in this building, and it's a beautiful job that you all have done with it, by the way. With me is J.C. Smoot on behalf of Orchard Holdings. Mr. Smoot is a representative of the company and a principal of the company. He resides in Salt Lake, but is here. They own a number of properties across the state of Florida and a couple of other states. This is obviously an older building. I drive by it on a regular basis. It's unsightly. It's got the concrete plant next door. It's got the Habitat for Humanity on the other side. The building is underutilized significantly. We're excited for the grocery to have gone in and taken over for Save-A-Lot. They are well-heeled, the company, the new owner, and in a position to get the building to be profitable and to make investments. Currently, they're spending in excess of $100,000 to redo the parking lot. That's one of the first things that has to be done. In terms of this special exception, yes, as Commissioner McGuirk mentioned, they meet the standards. There's no question they meet the standards, and from a purely legal perspective, they're entitled to, or my position that they are, entitled to the special exception. That being said, I want to answer your concerns about what's going on with the building and give you some information on that. They have been in conversations, obviously, for some time to replace the Save-A-Lot, which was not doing well in that location, so they're very excited about this. They have been in talks with a church in the community that might use some of the space, but it's a 58,000 square foot building. They've got the boat business in the back. When I say in the back, it's on the south end of the building. And there's space in the middle of the building and on the west side of the building facing the train tracks that really doesn't lend itself to a retail user. And the retail uses have to be at the periphery of the building. So it would be a perfect location to infill that space with mini warehouse. Doesn't generate a lot of traffic, doesn't create odors and those sorts of things, and so it's a good co-tenant. It may not come to fruition. That self-storage may not come to fruition, but they've got a year to figure that out, whether they're going to do it or not. It seems, given the industrial nature of the building and the industrial nature of the area, it is a perfect reuse of this building to infill some portion of it with mini warehouse. If they do proceed with taking advantage of the special exception, moving forward with application for a site plan that would be required, they will do the landscaping. Your code requires it. They don't have a choice. It would be no problem. They would work with the trees. Zeb Cohen and Associates is the engineer, and their landscape architect prepared the plans, I assume, in conformity with the city's landscape code. but it would be no problem to do that. Certainly be an improvement to, I hope they go forward with it and have to plant the landscaping because that would be improvement. And they're a good owner. I've gotten to know them, and I'm happy to purchase the building, and they're the ones that are going to get it kind of turned around and brought back to life, if you will. I wish I could tell you this is exactly what's going in every spot, but they don't know that. The good news is they're here to stay. They own their buildings long-term. They've been successful in owning these types of buildings and rehabilitating these types of, if you will, downtrodden buildings. So I think we've got a good quality owner there.
Any questions for the applicant by a commissioner? Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your time, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
City Commission will now hear from members of the public wishing to comment in favor of or objection to the special exception number SE-2-22. You'll have 3 minutes for your remarks. Seeing none, we will close the public participation and close the quasi-judicial hearing for this special exception application. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve special exception application SE 2-22.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Is there any further discussion amongst the council? City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion is approved. Let us go back to the other quasi-judicial. And we will open that for consideration now. This is formerly item 7B, now 8-something. Consider approval of a variance for application V11-22 for the property located at 3311 Hill Street. The City Commission will now conduct a quasi-judicial public hearing for consideration of this application. I'd like to first hear from Mr. Baker again.
Mayor, I thought we have 8B.
Fred, yeah, I think you skipped to 8D as in David.
The 3311 variance would be 8D.
Got it. You want to do the
Yes.
the moratorium
Yes, sir.
first? Okay. My error. We'll go to 8B, which is the first reading and public hearing, which, if adopted, would approve a temporary moratorium on consideration of certain types of application for properties over 10 acres in size or larger, proposed for residential development in flood zones A or AE in the city for a period ending 27 June 2023. Colin, is there more that you'd like to tee up about this?
I think she's going to read the ordinance first.
Okay.
Ordinance number 7422, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach adopting a temporary moratorium on the consideration of any applications for rezonings, major amendments to a master development agreement, site plan approvals, plat approvals, or variance for contiguous property 10 acres in size or larger proposed for residential development located in FEMA flood zones A or AE in the City of New Smyrna Beach for a period ending no later than June 27, 2023, unless rescinded or extended by a subsequent ordinance or by subsequent amendment to the city's land development regulations or code of ordinances regarding the regulation or design of stormwater or floodplain management, providing procedures for vested rights review for the specific matters addressed herein, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Very good. City Manager, can you tee this up for a report?
Thank you, Mayor. This is it's an important item for the city staff and also for the city residents. As everybody know that on September 28th, 2022, the city suffered a hurricane. It was almost close to Hurricane Category 5. But on top of it, we received 21 inches of rainfall, as well as 4 foot of surge that we had. So any properties that they are along the Turnbull Bay, Turnbull Creek the Indian River, and they are in low-lying area, they were flooded. We rescued about 215 individuals as a result of the flooding. There were over 850 homes that flooded. So residents, they suffered catastrophic damage to their homes and to their property. And so the city is diligently, we're seeking answers as to why the flooding happened and whether the existing stormwater and floodplain regulations are sufficient. I just want to point out one thing, Mayor, that our current existing stormwater, as Glenn mentioned earlier, when we have a site that they looked at, and I'm talking about from engineering standpoint, any pre-discharge and the post-discharge cannot exceed the pre-discharge, which means if you were discharging a gallon, after development, that's the post-discharge, cannot be more than a gallon. So which means you have to contain everything on your site. So we were searching for an expert to do an exposure study for us. And it took us longer than I wanted to do it because I was looking for somebody to have no attachment to any development that we have. So our expert, the only thing that they've done is the regional assurance plan that we just completed a project for the county, City of Oak Hill, and City of Edgewater and us. So there is two things that he could do. He could look at the entire watershed for the entire city. He is so familiar with with Volusia County, and in particular our city, because he did the regional assurance plan. So he could look at the watershed study, and there is they call it an H&H, which is the hydrology and hydraulic study. But when we met with him, we want him to look at the entire areas that we had flooded. So we gave him a map. So some of the questions we have heard, why is it just the flood zone areas? Well, if you look at the flooding we have, it's all in a flood zone. There is some homes that they flooded, they're not in a flood zone, but they are in a low-lying area adjacent to one of the water bodies that I just mentioned. The other question is, why is it residential, not commercial? Why is it 10 acres, not 5 acres? Now, when we came up with 10 acres, typically when you use a subdivision, we say 25 lots. So if you take 10 acres, and on an average, say that a lot is 0.25, and somebody's going to say, well, we have lots to like 0.18, and we have lots 0.75. I'm talking about an average. So if you take an average of a 0.25 acre for a lot, and we have 10 acres, that's 40 homes. Well, if you develop a subdivision, you have to put the infrastructure in, which means you have to put the roads, you got to provide the stormwater system, retention areas, and so forth. That takes about 15 lots out of it. So in reality, you end up with a 22 to 25 lots. So that's why we use the 10 acres as a 25 lots make a subdivision. The reason we did not use the commercial, I have not seen a commercial site in New Smyrna that has been developed recently. It's more than 2-3 acres. So you don't see 10 acres of commercial site at this point. A lot of these, if you look at the shopping centers, for example, they're big, but they haven't got to the 10 acres yet. So that's why we used the commercial, we excluded the commercial out of this. Our goal is to have the consultants do the study, do the investigation, find why did it happen, and if something has to do with our regulations, then what we needed to do to protect our regulations and protect our residents. The proposal, which it's going to be, it was in the, that we have from the experts, was in the consent agenda. Basically, what he did is we divided the work into segments. Each segment has a time schedule to it. He will provide the report for us sometime in May. So that's why we want to use 6 months in order for him to do the study, do the investigation, and then provide the data. The first part of the study is I want to do a kickoff meeting where he's going to come in and have a kickoff meeting, and I want that public meeting for both residents to be able to attend. So he would listen firsthand, number one, and if they have any pictures, if they have any documents to provide to him to help him in his evaluation. So that will be a kickoff meeting with the public, and then we'll have a kickoff meeting with the staff to go over his tasks. Obviously, this not to exceed, as the city attorney mentioned in the ordinance, not to exceed June the 27th. But I could tell you that just from my observations during the hurricane and after the hurricane, our system, what we have, especially in the areas we have system, I think the system functioned properly. I think what really hurt us and hurt the residents is the surge that we have in the Turnbull Bay, in the Turnbull Creek, and also the Indian River. I think Mayor, I shared with you the map that we have from the DEP, where you could actually, it's the model, you could see the 1 foot up to 10 foot of surge. And I could tell you from when I got the map and we printed the map, and I looked, and there were 1,700 properties that will be impacted based on the model. And it was, I would say, 85% was accurate. In one area that really kind of caught my eye because we were worrying about it is Pine Island. And when we looked at the map with the 4 foot surge, without the 21 inches of rainfall, it only shows that the roads were flooded. And when we went out there, that's what we saw. So staff is recommending a temporary moratorium for 6 months with the expert that you just approved the proposal to do the investigation and the study and the analysis for it. And in May, whenever the report is done, we will have a public meeting where the consultant will present his report to the commission and to the public as well. City attorney mentioned that this moratorium would include any applications for rezoning, major amendments to a master development agreement, site plan approvals, plat approvals, or variances for contiguous properties that is over 10 acres or more. With that, Mayor, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Very good. Thank you, City Manager, for your report. I have previously commented about the deliverables to the city citizenry. You've enumerated them, and I think they're you have to get something for the time you spend, and that was what we wanted to ensure, at least from my perspective. And now, are there questions or comments from any of the commissioners? Vice Mayor? No. Commissioner Martin?
Okay, I am delighted. Oh, Colin, yes.
If I may, Mayor, I forgot one thing, because that's one of the questions I was asked is, what flood maps do we use for this moratorium? So what happened is, flood maps are done by FEMA. The last flood map revision was done in September 29th, 2017. However, at that time, Venetian Bay Area was not completed. So they did not include that in the September 29th, 2017. So therefore, we will be using two maps. One is the September 29th, 2017, and one is the February 19th, 2014. So The 2017 will be used unless if the panel is not shown until 2017, we go back to 2014. And these are FEMA flood maps, they're not city flood maps.
Thank you. Commissioner Martin.
Yeah, I want to say I'm delighted that we're looking at the moratorium. I have only two questions. One, how many properties in New Smyrna Beach would be, impacted by the moratorium? And two, I think, I'll say anecdotally, a lot of people beachside feel that spot building, and what I mean by spot building is where you tear down a house, you put up another one, that they are being flooded by these new homes, the way they're constructed. And you can sort of pass it off when one or two people say it, but when several people or quite a few people from all over the island are saying it, you begin to wonder if there could be some basis for the statement. So I have to ask, are we looking at any dialing back of what I'm calling spot building?
Well, the moratorium is obviously, it's for 10 acres or more. If they are, for example, they're demolishing a home and they're building a new home, then they have to meet the current stormwater regulations for single-family homes. And I know that you always say it's not enough, but that's the regulations we have.
No, I understand that. That's why I'm asking if we're looking at any changes there.
Yeah, so that's what's, this study will come back, and they might look back and say, hey, your single-family residential stormwater regulations is not enough. You need to increase that, and we will do that. Or they might have to say, hey, you need to amend your regulations to address this specific issue. And that's what we're looking for in terms of the deliverables that the mayor talked, because each task, we have a deliverable in the proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Will this expert be also looking at the Turnbull Canal
At the Turnbull Canal?
with all the people tonight?
Well, he's going to be looking at the entire system in New Smyrna Beach. He's going to look at the watershed. So any water body that is within the city limits, he's going to be looking at.
So at this point, then we would delay cleaning out that canal with the funds that Donna mentioned until we get the feedback from this expert and treat this with that? Is that my understanding?
Well, the cleanup is not as simple as I would like it to be. So, I mean, it's a very complicated issue. Number one, are you talking about just cleanup or doing a dredging? The dredging it's more extensive than just the cleanup. We don't have any equipment to go in canals. So typically what happens is either we contract out with a contractor or we reach out to the county. The county have equipment specifically to go in ditches and canals to do that. So depending on what the extent of the cleanup, I have to come back with you for some type of funding. I don't know if we have any funding available right now. Typically what happens is annually we have a budget item for ditch cleaning. So typically that's what we do. And I don't know how much we have left in the budget. So we need to look at it and see how much would it take and then come back to you and say, hey, it's going to cost $100,000 or it's going to cost $5.
How much of this that was presented tonight is county versus city? Do we know? Just a
I would say most of it is probably county.
county.
But
So that would have to be included in what portion of that is our budget as well?
and that's what I mentioned in my initial report that I would be collaborating with the county on, because we have an overall map to show the ditches that who maintains those ditches and control them. Because the county has several divisions that they control the ditches. So you got the county road and bridge, you got mosquito control, and you got stormwater. So, and then we have our own ditches as well.
So would this expert be working for the city only or also looking at this county Turnbull Canal so we can take those recommendations back to the county, asking them to clean these ditches?
He's going to be looking, I don't think he's going to be deep into this canal needs cleaning or not. He's going to look at the overall area to see what happened in the flooding. However, we will look at it, our maintenance operation would look at it, If we own it, we will come back to you and say, this is how much it's gonna cost. But if it's a county, then we will just reach out to the county.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Very good. We're going to open the public hearing. Are there people that would have a comment? This is not question and answers. This is just your comments or your opinions or some information you'd like to propose.
I made it. Thank you very much. It was good to hear all that you've done since I saw you at the went to the planning board. I'm still a little concerned about the 10 acres. And the reason being is at the planning board, there was a very nice young woman, and I believe her husband, and it's, I think, at least second generation living in a home that's near Tractor Supply. And before the hurricanes, he was talking about the fact that he has had to, ever since Tractor Supply property was built out, run a pump in his backyard ever since then because of the flooding since that has been built. And that's under 2 acres, and that's commercial. So I'm still a little troubled that it's residential only and as big as 10 acres. So I can just throw that out there. And I would like to ask, will the Spruce Creek area be looked at as well?
Well, Spruce Creek it's kind of like a little bit outside. I mean, I'm talking about the city limits, so.
So you're not going to go out to the Pioneer Trail area?
He might with his watershed might go a little bit further out, but typically
I'm
it's-
sorry, it's not question and answer.
That's right. And so.
I apologize.
You got a freebie there. And
I got a freebie.
That's all right.
All right, well, I'm just glad to see, and I'm glad that it's going on till June, because the last I'd heard was February, so good luck. And thank you very much for everything you're going to do.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Ma'am, would you please restate your name and address for the record?
Barbara Frappier, 2536 Edgewater Avenue. Good night.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor,
Professor.
Commission, City staff. Randy Herman, 108 Esther Street. In thinking about this moratorium, I went to look up the definition of the moratorium, and the Latin derivation is mora, which means delay. And that's what we're talking about, is a delay. But I thought it was interesting that another use of the term mora is the name of a fish, a remora, which maybe you know about, attaches to sharks. And the belief is that the remora actually slows the host in its progress. So if anything, if this moratorium is effective, it will slow some of the sharks that are circling around our community, as well as all the climate and multiple challenges we have with the environment. I add to that only the news this morning in the Journal. The opening paragraph about more homes planned at LPGA speaks to me why we need the moratorium. Quote, Daytona Beach, after seeing other developers add thousands of new homes here, the out-of-state owners of the golf course of LPGA International intend to get into the action too. So just because we've had massive flooding and damage, it is not stopping outside development. So I think it is so essential that we take this stand. I know it is difficult because we're not saying we're against development, but we're saying we really have been faced with a crisis that is probably going to be something we have to consider, not just for us, not just for our children, but for our grandchildren. So I really think that many people in our community support this moratorium and hope that it will be effective in helping us make better plans for the future. And the only other thing I'd like to add was, and I think someone suggested it earlier, is about a citizens task force that would work alongside. I heard some pretty interesting experts from our community with a lot of information, and I really worry the staff is stretched. They have a lot on their plate, just in the recovery, much less in this planning and assessment. So I would like to second that offer of some sort of citizen expert committee that would assist the staff in this difficult task. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Herman. Appreciate it. Are there others for participation here?
Jess Romero, 7A Cooper. In regards to the 10 acres, I spoke here one time and I said that there's no provisions in the LDRs, the regulations about 10 acres It's only 25 or more, and that was wrong. There's a 10-acre mini subdivision in the regulations in there that I read, I found out. Now, in the 10 acres, I also pointed out here that you can develop Hog-Eye is 7 acres. They're putting in 77 townhomes in there. Venetian Bay Phase 5 is, I believe, 9 acres, and they're putting in 122, 142 apartments in there. Regency Walmart is already approved. It's putting in 100, I also believe 100, anyway, 5 buildings total with the clubhouse. And that's only 6 acres, I believe. So it's quite a bit of building that can go in 10 acres, houses-wise there. 10 acres is 435,040 square feet, last time I checked. I could be wrong. But if you do the math, the 0.5 acres, you can put on a 5,000 square lot, you can put 77 homes in there, with 10% of the whole total property being reduced for that purpose as waste. My concern is that as we look at 10 acres, right now we have 4,000 homes or apartments, homes and townhomes, hotel rooms, and condos proposed in the planning stages right now, just in front of the beach here, that are going to be built, more than likely. And I'm concerned whether these items should still go through the process now, because if anything changes are made during the 6 months that moratorium comes in here, how are they going to be affected, for example? Do we stop the process in a way or slow it down? And I'm not against development, to make it very clear. This market's going to grow. We're going to grow. No matter whether you like it or not, it's going to happen. Like Randy said, the sharks are around us. We just got to slow them down a little bit. So, and I hope we do have the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Any other public comments before we move on?
Hi, Glenn Storch, and I just have to answer a couple questions. So when you talk about existing projects, those existing projects have spent literally millions of dollars getting to where they are. They put time and money into development, into buying the land, into planning, into working with their engineers, into getting approvals, et cetera. You have a mechanism for a vesting procedure that will allow to avoid damages to the city. Fine and good. But I'm telling you, if you look at the idea of stopping everything, just saying, oh no, we can't have any more growth, that's not relating to a flooding issue. And as your city attorney will tell you, when you're dealing with a moratorium, you have to be very specific that this is the whole purpose of what you're doing. But otherwise, you run the risk, and I don't want to sound like Cassandra, but you run the risk of creating massive damages for the city. And that's the concern I always have. So as long as you're, I mean, look, I think you really should study flooding. I think you should look at this as an issue. There's lots of things to be looking at. I think Commissioner Martin is right. Some of those older homes, those lots that are being rebuilt, there's issues that probably need to be looked at. Those are retrofit issues. But the thing is, right now, if you don't have a vesting procedure, then you run the risk of other problems. And I think right now your ordinance does have a vesting procedure for ordinances, but they have to apply for it, if I understand it correctly.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else for public participation?
Yes, Joe Luback again. My comments may be a bit dated because I haven't seen anything latest on the proposals. I've seen earlier versions. And the first comment has to do with the application seems to be the moratorium associated with the specific flood zones. There were, in fact, major water issues throughout the cities, and to not address those areas would be unconscionable. Secondly, if there are projects that are ongoing now, and if we did have solutions that could be implemented in those projects, again, it would be unconscionable not to do that. I understand the burdens and negotiations that go along with that, but to not implement what we know to be right would be short-sighted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Any other public participation comments? Seeing none, public participation is closed. Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion to adopt the ordinance? This is the first reading, and so we will go through this again at the next meeting. It's not been our policy or procedure in the past to go through them each at this level. We just usually do it at the second reading. After consulting the city attorney, Florida Statute 166.041 requires us to go through this twice. So we will have this exact same conversation again in January. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? City Clerk will call the roll, please.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Preen?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Okay. Now I think I'm in order, Colin, to go to the variance. That's the one that's up to bat, yeah?
One more ordinance before that.
You have the RV.
Okay, the RB. Yeah, that's an easy one. Okay, thank you very much.
Ordinance number 7522, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach temporarily waiving the enforcement of Section 80206 LDR for 6 months to allow residents whose properties have suffered flood damage as a result of Hurricane Ian or Hurricane Nicole to reside in temporary living units on their properties while repairs are underway, providing for an extension, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you for the reading, and I think this is the Assistant City Manager that will tee this one up. Is that right, Ron?
I'm sorry, sir.
I think you're on tap to tee
yes,
this
sir.
one
I'm
up.
sorry.
Go right ahead.
Yes, sir. This is a ordinance to allow an extension of allowing RVs and to act as temporary housing to alleviate the burden on homeowners who suffer damage from the hurricanes. This is for a short-term period of 6 months that the city manager can extend for an additional 6 months on an individual basis.
Very good. Any questions from any of the commissioners about this topic?
And Mayor, if I may, just to add,
Go right ahead, sir.
as you and I attended the roundtable meeting, FEMA is working on providing FEMA trailers. So that, I think they're trying to, and they even suggested at the meeting for encouraging cities to adopt these ordinances, so which would really have done this. So I think that will help some of the residents to have these RVs or campers or trailers on their property, so they'll be close while they're doing the repair and so.
Absolutely, and I think we're ahead of the ball game. Before the trailers get here, we will have this in place so that either the FEMA trailers or one's personal trailers would be applicable. Are there comments from any of the commissioners? Public hearing is open for participation. Does anyone have a comment about the resolution or the ordinance that is before us? Seeing none, public participation is closed. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion. Go ahead. Motion to approve ordinance number 75-22.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Preen?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been dying to get this one on. And Mr. Storch has been patient, so here we go. Would you read this one or tee this one up, Colin?
Let me kick it off. Okay. The applicant is Glenn Storch, and he is applying for a variance at for 3311 Hill Street. It's a variance to allow a ground level deck to extend 12 foot east of the city's coastal construction setback line, and to allow balconies on the second and third floor of the house to extend 7 to 8.5 foot east of the coastal construction line. This address, Mayor, is the zoning is R3A. It's a single-family, detached and attached residential, and it contains about 0.38 acres, and it's located on north of East 24th Avenue between Hill Street and the Atlantic Ocean. Jake Baker is our planner, will give a full report on this, and then we'll be more than happy to answer any questions afterwards.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Senior Planner Baker. Take us there.
Anyone else need to stretch their legs while everyone's getting up right now?
No, go right ahead, sir.
Okay. I need to go through my qualifications again. Bachelor's degree in history, master's degree urban planning design development, AICP 2008. This is an appeal of a variance request, 3311. Planning board denied it at the September 12th, 2022 Planning and Zoning Board meeting. They requested a pool and pool deck to be located 38 feet 9 inches east of the coastal construction setback line, with balconies extending east of the CCSL on the second and third floor of a proposed house. The board voted 6-0 to deny the request. The reason stated by several board members for denial was they felt there was adequate landward of the coastal construction setback line to allow the reasonable, normal, and customary use and accessory uses of the property as compared to other properties in the neighborhood without building seaward of the CCSL. That's not my own wording. That's basically criterion 4 of the CCSL request language. A little history, a little background on this. May 11th, 2021, the previous commission approved ordinance 22-21, which aligned the city's setback line with the Department of Environmental Protection's coastal construction control line. So in some instances, property owners have more room to build further east on the property than before. In other cases, the CCSL became more restrictive, meaning the CCSL moved west, a little more landward. A variance process was included in the ordinance, which allows property owners to appeal to the Planning and Zoning Board for relief from that requirement. Now, as you all know, after that meeting, we had a couple hurricanes, Ian and Nicole, which together resulted in roughly 44 feet of dune loss right in front of their house or in front of their property. After this, the applicant revised the variance request to include only a 30-foot wide deck 12 feet east of the CCSL, the setback line ground floor, with 3 support posts. Balconies extending 7 feet, 8.5 inches east of the setback line are proposed on the second and third floors. Thus, the deck actually extends 26 feet, 9 inches less east of the setback line than the original request, although you take into account that they lost roughly 42 feet of dune in all. They're closer than they were before, basically, to the edge of the dune. The house itself is 30 feet wide and 87.2 feet long is the proposed size of the house that is to be built there, right to the setback line. Here's a little depiction of kind of what you're looking at here. The one on the right kind of shows how the CCSL line, the red is the CCCL line, and then the blue was the old setback line. So now they're the one and the same. So the little image on your left side there is kind of, you see the 3311, it kind of shows how much they lost right there in a rough depiction. This is kind of the original request too. So the green highlighted line right there, that's the back of the old house. It kind of is in line with the neighboring house to the north. And then the yellow line on that is where the setback line was. So when this guy actually purchased this property, he would have had everything on the correct side of the line. So he wouldn't have required a variance at all. It would have been permitted as it was. You know, we wouldn't even have seen this at any board. Here's some pictures of kind of how it looked along the coast going back into last year. Picture on the left, we had a little storm, it wasn't named, But that first walk over there, that's the 24th Street one. This Chase is on the other side. You could see the kind of dunes, close to the edge, but maybe 6-8 feet left before the stairs. And then you have, this year after Ian, it lost about 20 feet of dune right there, so you can see where that's at. And then jump up, you see that red line that kind of runs parallel with the shoreline right there. That's basically where they're at right now. That picture on the right is actually the end of the roadway. It's just gone. That whole walkway is gone at that point. So this is kind of trying to point out the situation on the ground right now. So you have the blue line, again, that's showing everything on that ocean side of that is gone. You got about a 60-foot left of actual dune right there. And then that orange line that runs kind of parallel with the shoreline is roughly where that deck will be. It's kind of right about where the neighbor to the north has their little fence area there, which drops down to their dune walkover. So that's kind of what is left out there at the beach. So what we have are really is 3 different variance requests. We have the 30-foot wide deck, 12 feet past the CCSL with the 3 posts, and then we have balconies on the 2nd and 3rd floor. So what I did is I kind of broke this up into 2 different categories. We have the first one is just the deck on the ground, and then I put the other 2 together because basically it's the same thing, but on 2nd and 3rd floor. So criterion 1, this is for the deck and posts, this is on the ground. Strict application of the requirements set forth in section 70302 would deprive the property owner of reasonable rights presently enjoyed by other nearby property owners. Staff's stance is other property owners in the vicinity were built prior to the adoption of the current setback line requirements, and even with the regulations, you could still put a house up that is 30 feet wide by 75.2 feet long and actually meet the setback line requirements. So basically I think this thing could be shrunk down a little bit, and I think the criterion has not been met. 2, granting of variance from requirements of section 703 will not cause substantial detriment to the public welfare, safety, navigation, and convenience. I think this one's met. This is pretty much internal. I don't really see this one having much of an impact on the public. Criterion 3 will not negatively impact the dune system. If you look at that photo with my orange line and all the other lines, it does take out a decent-sized chunk of saw palms in the corner of the property to the south and a little bit to the north. So there will be some negative impact to the dunes, and there are numerous gopher tortoises in that dune system, which at least probably a couple of them will have to be relocated elsewhere. Criterion 4, adequate land does not exist landward of the setback line to allow the reasonable, normal, and customary use and accessory use of the property. This is the one that the Planning and Zoning Board was mostly concerned about. And basically my same response to that first one. This thing I think could be scaled back to a 75.2 foot long house instead of an 87.2. You're still looking at a house that's 6,000 some square foot in size with 3 stories. I don't think that one has been met. Criterion 5, again, back to the dune system as a habitat. As I noted earlier, gopher tortoise will have to be relocated, and there will also be some impact to the saw palms that are on the ground there. So I don't think this one has been met. Will not constitute a grant of special privilege. Again, I think this house could be reduced, and I think they could fit a very sizable house on the landward side of the setback line. 7, the request is the minimum distance required seaward of the CCSL. Again, same thing again. I think you could shave off 12 feet of this house and have quite a large house. And 8 does not apply. There is no seawall there. Next, I jump into the balconies here, 2nd and 3rd floor. I'm not going to run through the whole thing twice. It's the same distance. Again, on this one, other property owners in the vicinity were built prior to the adoption of the current CCSL requirements. And again, it kind of comes back. I think the thing could just be scaled back a little bit, and they could meet the requirements that are in place. Granting a variance will not cause substantial detriment to the public welfare. Yes, I agree with that. Again, negative dune system. This one, this really won't affect the dune system. These are on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Back to number 4 again, I think it could be scaled back to actually meet the CCSL requirements. This one, another one about balconies. Again, this is elevated. It won't really be much of an issue for the dune system. Grant a special privilege to other property owners. It is true that several houses have decks and balconies on the upper floors. Those houses were developed under different regulations, though. The house could be reduced in size, again, which would require a variance. So the criterion has not been met. 7 requests the minimum distance required and reasonable and customary necessary to accommodate the proposed construction. 6,768 square foot home could be built without a variance at all, and I feel this one has not been met, although, again, this part of it is elevated, so it hasn't been met, but it's not a major issue, I would say. Again, balconies and seawalls, there is no seawall. So basically, I have 2 separate recommendations. Variance 1 was the deck that extends 12 feet past the CCSL. I don't think that it has been met. I don't think it barely meets any of the criteria. I think it met 1. And then variances 2 and 3 for the balconies. While it met the bulk of the criteria, they're supposed to meet all of the criteria. Therefore, I cannot recommend approval on that one either. Basically, because so much of the dune has been lost, and you're basically closer to the edge of the dune system now than you were before this whole thing started. So I can't support it.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Are there questions from any of the commissioners or comments? Very good. You have one?
Quick.
Okay.
Can you bring back, I'm getting lost in all this between your stuff and mine. Show me a picture on where the control line is actually on the subject property.
Okay, this one right here, this is the back of the house where that green line is. So
you say the back of the house, the proposed house.
the proposed house.
Okay, not.
Yeah, the little house that's there is.
There's a little house up front, right?
That will be gone, completely, yeah. So this would be the back of the proposed house, right there where that line is. And then what you're looking at there, that's the pool and everything else that was originally proposed.
Okay, so the pool is not being proposed.
Pool is gone. They have dropped that whole part of the request.
Okay.
It's just now a ground level deck that extends 12 feet east of the.
Do you have a picture that shows where they want to build to and where either the control line is and then where the dunes are? I'm trying to piece this all together.
If you look at the green line there, there's a little line just east of it with the little dots that go up. That's basically the extent of the deck that's on the ground floor. Does that help? So you're looking at the green line that runs more or less to the northern corner of the house.
So the old CCSL line is east of the new control line. So when we adopted to go to the control line, it ebbed and flowed. The intent was to try to make things as consistent as possible, but this property was one of the things where it went from being more east to less east.
Yeah, this particular situation, the CCSL line, the setback line, moved about 38 feet and change west. So he lost a considerable amount of land with this change. And when he did buy the property, everything that he is proposing right now would have been permitted.
Okay. Thank you. I think I got more brewing, but I'll be back. So for now, Mayor, I'm good.
Very good. I got that. I appreciate that question.
I'm good.
I don't have any specific questions. I think you did a great job.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that, and I appreciate your comments. Okay. You'll get your chance there in a minute, sir. Can I have the representative from the P&Z, Brooks Weiss, come up and give us the P&Z gentleman and vote.
Good evening. My name is Brooks Weiss. I'm a member of the Planning and Zoning Board. My address is 4314 Gulf Cove, New Smyrna Beach. I'm an architect, and as a member of the Planning and Zoning Board, I was asked to be available to you all should you have any questions, and we wanted to put forth that we unanimously denied this request for variance. The information that Jake has just provided for you could mitigate that somewhat, but we determined that we did not think following the trend of the neighboring properties up and down Hill Street made it a sufficient cause to approve this, in that the city staff and engineering department had gone through much careful planning and establishing the CCSL line, and it was obvious to all 5 of us at that time that we should just go with the new CCL line, and obviously the storms have proved us that probably a pretty good idea. Now that the balconies are the only thing being asked for in a variance, I would say that those two should meet the setback line, because all too often what happens to the external aspects of the house will affect the entire house. So it might behoove everyone's best interest, city and the owner as well, to keep everything behind the CCSL line. We also verbalized congratulations to the owner and his representative for keeping the sand dune. It's too bad that even the natural dune suffered as much as it did, but I think that keeping the sand dunes the way they are may well be the solution to a lot of what we're suffering right now on the beach. So it would be my recommendation that this commission retain and sustain our decision to deny this variance approval.
Mr. Weiss, appreciate your opinion. And so one more time, can you go through methodically why you voted no? Not your opinion about whether the line should be moved or any of that, but can you talk to us about why just a second.
Sorry.
Why the P&Z, not what your opinion about keeping it in concurrence with the other buildings, but specifically why the P&Z voted the way they did.
Well, that was part of the discussion. The applicant had a very extensive presentation, and after seeing that and hearing the verbal discussion, it boiled down to the fact that we supported the CCSL line, and we thought that the entire building was of a size, again, as Jake mentioned, it could be reduced and built within that setback line, and that should be adhered to. And that was the main crux of our 5-0.
And did you know at the time that they were going through 3 variances requests? There were not just 1, but 3 variance requests?
Yeah, we had that, but the porches as well as the pool were in the discussion that we had at that time on September 12th.
Got it. And did you discuss those criterions that he went through carefully tonight?
We did. We did.
Okay, very good. Any questions by any other commissioners? Thank you very much. Appreciate your participation. Absolutely. You're going to get a full opportunity. We recognize the applicant's representative, Mr. Storch. You can do whatever you.
So let's start with Jake. And how do we want to do this as far as a microphone?
Well, you want to stand
You can
over
get
there?
cozy.
We can do it like this. We have another microphone?
I have it on good authority. Mr. Baker will not bite.
All righty. And I did inform Jake that I'd be cross-examining him, so there's no surprise here. Jake, can you, first for the record, can you explain the purpose of the CCSL?
The purpose of the setback line is to basically to help preserve the dunes as much as possible and prevent homes from most likely falling into the ocean.
So it is for dune preservation, and the goal is to work with everyone to preserve dunes on those areas.
Yes.
Is it a prohibition line?
The setback line is a prohibition line in the sense that you need a variance to go past it. The CCCL, the DEP's Coastal Construction Control Line, which is one and the same as the city's coastal construction setback line, the DEP does not look at it as a setback line. They do allow construction east of that line.
So the purpose of the CCCL, which is the DEP, the state's line, what is the purpose of that? Is that also for dune protection?
That would be for dune protection in general. I have actually their little fact sheet here, but yeah, that is the general point of the CCCL line.
Okay, but the CCCL.
And to make sure that things aren't being put too close to the ocean in a hazardous situation.
Right. But they do allow for construction east of that line.
They do.
They have a separate standard. They have a higher standard.
Yes.
But they allow for the construction.
Yes.
Okay.
Clarification, Glenn, help me
Yes.
with this. We have one setback line now, right? We've
It's-
adopted one.
The problem is, at this point, it's the same line as the CCCL.
Right.
So when you adopted this, you adopted it based on the CCCL standards. And the CCCL standard, basically, is not a prohibition line. It's a jurisdiction line. So in your case, what you've done is you've adopted a prohibition line on this line. But what we're getting to, and we'll go through the process, but what we're getting to is the fact that as you're doing this, when you're looking at this, the question is, the state has the same basis. When they were developing their line, they did it for the purpose of protecting the dune, but they still allow for people to use their property. They allow for them to use their property if they go through a permitting process to make sure that it's constructed in a manner where it does not impact the dune system.
Got it, as long as it meets those criterions.
Correct.
Got it.
And it's fairly standard. I mean, if you look at everything that's been built in New Smyrna for years, east of that CCCL line, it's based on the fact that it has actual permitting, and those have much higher standards. For instance, pools. Those pools are actually on pilings. You can't just build a pool east of the line. You have to put it on pilings. But anyway, let me go back to my questioning, if I can. All right. So anyway, when the CCCL is in there and someone says, I can't build anything east of the CCCL unless I go through a jurisdictional study, unless I go through permitting, that's not a taking, is it? They're still allowed to use the property.
Yeah, like say you're in another city without a CC setback line whatsoever, strictly everything was done through the DEP,
Right.
that would not be a taken.
In fact, have you ever seen another CCSL, another setback line like you have here?
Have I?
Yeah.
Not in this general area.
Okay. So this is the only place that does that
has
has that prohibition line. Is that correct?
That I know of in this general area.
Okay. And the previous CCSL, the setback line, had to be moved in order to allow anyone to use it, to use their land. Is that right?
That was the most recent version of it where,
Yeah.
people would have it moved. Basically, the CCSL line was described in this big, long, meets and bounds type of description. And when people would come in and actually do a zoning text amendment to amend the text of the setback line, basically making it go like a tooth kind of sticking out. Like it would go down, and then the zoning text amendment would be for, I'll just make up an address, 900 South Atlantic or 901 South Atlantic, and it would go boop, if it was approved, and then it would continue on. So
Right.
you had these kind of teeth, if you will, sticking out along the coastal construction setback line.
So I'm going to show you an exhibit, Exhibit 1, and that shows, I think, if I can pass these along. Thanks. That shows the old line, the way it has that sawtooth line. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so basically, the line, even though it was a prohibition line, it really didn't have, it was sort of arbitrary and capricious as far as the way it was developed, because of the fact that sometimes it went up, sometimes it went down. It depended on who asked the question of, can I build a pool here? Is that right?
Well, it depended on who voted to approve it too, as well, I guess you would say.
You had to change the line in order to do it.
Yeah.
But the bottom line was, at that point, in order to build a pool east of the CCSL,
Setback
you actually had to change the line.
That is correct.
Okay, and several people did that. They changed it, they built their pool, and everybody was happy.
Correct.
Okay, so again, my understanding is one of the concerns was that this was an arbitrary and capricious line. And in fact, your former planning director testified that the CCSL was in fact arbitrary and capricious. There was no scientific basis for it. It moved arbitrarily, which is why the line was changed to match the CCCL. Is that correct?
Yes.
But again, that CCCL does not prohibit uses. It simply requires permits that we granted if construction criteria is met, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the previous setback line did not have a variance procedure. This variance procedure was built in so that we didn't have these sort of problems, so that there's ways of allowing for people to actually use their property east of the line, if they could do it in such a way where it doesn't impact the dune system, right?
Yeah, the variance process was built in to allow people to do it if the board felt that it met the criteria and it was a reasonable request. There are also some other provisions in there that said, say, if your house, you could still make improvements to your house west of the easternmost part of your house, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could expand to the north and to the south on your house as long as you weren't going further east. So it actually relaxed quite a bit of regulations on things that were going on the other side of the CCSL. As long as you weren't going further east, it had a lot of provisions in there to actually help people out.
But as far as east, it did allow for, reasonable uses, potentially, within that CCSL that would still protect the dune structure, which without taking someone's property. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was the idea. And the standards for review of the use of the CCSL for a variance, they're not the same as a typical variance, are they?
No.
Okay. They're a special variance just for this use, just to protect dune structure.
Yes.
Okay. Because a typical variance would require things like you have to have a unique hardship. This doesn't have that, does it?
No.
Okay. And it doesn't have that the hardship was self-induced, does it?
No.
Okay. So again, the goal is do this in such a way where you still protect the dune structure, but you're allowed reasonable use of the property.
Yes.
Okay. So as to the specific variance requests, in this case, we're looking at criterion A. And I'm using what your staff report says, which is criterion A, as opposed to criterion 1. So I hope that's not confusing.
I think we could all figure that out.
Okay. So strict application of the requirements set forth in section 703 would deprive the property owner of reasonable rights presently enjoyed by other nearby property owners. Okay. Have you reviewed the construction of improvements east of the new city CCSL by nearby property owners?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Have you looked at the other, the construction of other properties near this?
This is the first one that we've had in this area.
All right, that's all right. Let me see if I can show this better. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to show you something marked as exhibit for exhibit 2. And by the way, I'm going to need one of those exhibit ones back for the court reporter. Thank you. All right. These are properties nearby that that have improvements east of the CCSL. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I can walk through those with you.
Sure. There you go.
All right. So there's 3305 Hill Street, which again has a pool, has everything that you're talking about. All that stuff is east of the CCSL. There's 3205 Hill Street, again, pool, grass yard, deck, everything, walkways, everything east of the CCSL. 40061 Hill Street, again, as a 4-bedroom residence. Pool, deck, everything east of the CCSL. 4071 Hill Street, again, pool, deck, I mean, there's really no vegetation whatsoever. Chase's Bar and Grill, the home itself, I'm sorry, the business itself was past the CCSL, the pool was past the CCSL, and the deck was past the CCSL. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's see here. Then, of course, there's the county access and public parking. That's all past the CCSL. And then the last one that you're seeing there is the survey showing the lines where the property is, the lines where Chase's goes past the CCSL, and the lines where the house next to it, some of the other homes in that area go past the CCSL. So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that even though the standard is the strict application of the requirements set forth in 703 would deprive the property owner of reasonable rights presently enjoyed by other nearby property owners, you didn't look at those nearby property owners.
I would say that based on the current situation at hand and the loss of dune that is there, I think it would be easy for them to actually be able to enjoy those same rights without going east of that.
That wasn't the question. The question is on the language in the ordinance. The language in the ordinance says this: if you made my clients create the same standards that the strict application of the requirements set forth in Section 703 would deprive the property owner of reasonable rights presently enjoyed by other nearby property owners. These other property owners were all able to build homes or build accessories, pools, decks, everything east of that CCSL. So that's what you should be comparing it to.
Well, the old CCSL.
No, it doesn't say you cannot compare to the old CCSL, does it?
No, it does not say that.
Okay, and that's part of my problem here. And it's a fairness issue as much as anything else. So the variance requested are for two, that's the important thing that I wanted to mention. This criterion in the ordinance, the language itself, does not require that the rights enjoyed by other nearby property owners had to be built after the adoption of the current CCSL. In fact, if you use that standard, nobody could ever get a variance. Is that correct?
I think that it could very easily be met if you didn't have a lot of dune vegetation on the east side of the line and you didn't have a recent storm where 40-ish some feet of dune was lost.
As far as comparing it to other properties, and if you can't compare it to anything that was built before this ordinance, and there's nothing that was built after this ordinance.
Right. Well, if you're looking at it as the newbie would disallow anything else, then in that sense.
Yeah, I'm just looking at following the law. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So the two variance requests are two balconies that really do not even impact the dune in any manner, and a small 360 square foot deck for the back door. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess there's a deck on the back door of the house.
Right,
for the balconies to access, yeah.
Right. And so the applicant is actually requesting far less impact than the reasonable rights currently enjoyed by other nearby properties. Is that right?
If you don't take into consideration the location of the CCSL.
If you don't take into consideration the fact that those other houses were built before this new ordinance.
Yes.
Okay. But in comparing it to the homes consistent with the ordinance, they would meet that criteria.
If they came in as they did with the old CCSL line, like I mentioned earlier, with this house, they could have built what is out there now.
Okay. So this other statute, this other criteria that you can't compare it to anything that's already built, that's actually something that the planning board and you added to the ordinance. It does not actually say that in the ordinance.
It is the criteria for the variance request.
That I can't review this, I can't review it. I mean, you're saying that I have to review it I can't review it to homes that are already built?
All right, let me go back to the criteria here.
Yeah, let's go back to the criteria. And I can read it for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Right.
Which one are we talking? This is one right here?
A still. A strict application of the requirements set forth in section 703.02 would deprive the property owner of reasonable rights presently enjoyed by other nearby property owners, not other nearby property owners that haven't been built yet.
We're going to need to do a motion to
I got
continue
that,
and
Gary.
change
I got
the
it.
Okay.
We're at 25 after the hour. Resolution 2118, passed by previous city council. Section 7 requires that we have a motion to continue past 10:30. We can only continue till 11, even if we pass that motion. Do I have a motion to make that so?
Motion to continue to 11.
Do I have a second?
Second.
City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
It's ordered, and you may continue until 11. Sorry, Glenn.
That's all right. I'm getting a little punchy myself. So, all right, and I'm going to move this along quicker. I think you've tested if that unapproved, you've as far as
An approved criteria.
the criteria that says you can't, that you're comparing to, that you're not allowed to compare it to homes that are already there.
Glenn, can you just pause for a minute?
Sure.
You got them switched out,
For the time?
the tapes? Are you still recording?
No, Phil, yeah.
Okay, all right, good.
No problem. So, again, if the unapproved criteria was not included in the evaluation, this criteria, this balcony and the small deck would meet the criteria, is that the criterion?
Under the previous CCSL, this would have been approved. I think you're losing me here with your unapproved criteria, I think, here, Glenn.
You have added, if I understand correctly, you've added a criteria that when your criterion says that strict application of the requirements set forth in section 703 would deprive the property owner of reasonable rights presently enjoyed by other nearby property owners. You've testified you did not look at other nearby property owners as to all the things that were built east of the line because they weren't built consistent with this new line.
I look at this as everything that they have is very easy to get onto this property without going east of that CCSL.
That's I appreciate that interpretation and that adding to the ordinance. All I'm trying to deal with is one section of the ordinance at a time. This ordinance requires you to look at other nearby property owners to determine whether they have balconies or
Other
decks.
property owners have balconies on their house.
They have balconies and decks.
Which is east of the current CCSL.
Okay. And let's just move on. Criterion B, it sounds like you're fine with. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, good. Criterion C, my understanding is that you've, as to criterion C, you indicate that as to the balcony variances, you're fine.
Yes.
As to the small deck, you have a problem because of the fact that this, in fact, may impact a cabbage palm or two. Is that correct?
The saw palms, it cuts into the corner of it right there, and you're going to lose a bunch. And then you're also going to start to impact the burrows for the gopher tortoises, which are in that immediate vicinity.
Right. Let's talk about the palms first. So this property owner has the right to take out all of the saw palms, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Without a variance. Okay? Has the right to take out every bit of vegetation without a variance.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the adjoining property owner did that, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay. This property owner, in fact, offered to put a conservation easement and keep all that vegetation and enhance that vegetation and put more vegetation back.
And that was part of our original recommendation, is if they were to approve it, we apply those recommendations that you had put in place.
That's correct. So in essence, if you had a variance in this case, you would actually have better dune systems and an enhanced dune system because you'd have guaranteed vegetation.
It would impact it, though, nonetheless. It would improve it if you followed through on the criteria that you put in place, but there would be a short-term negative impact to the dune system.
All right, short-term, but if you went ahead with the conditions that we've recommended, that you've recommended, that would in fact improve the dune system.
Yeah, if you removed all the Brazilian peppers and everything else that are on there, there could be a definite improvement to the dune system.
And if I remember correctly, the applicant agreed to every one of those conditions.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, he was the one who proposed.
There you go.
Conditions.
All right. And by the way, as to the saw palmettos or the cabbage palms, those things can be moved on the site and maintained, can't they?
That would be very difficult, but you could pop them out of there, I suppose, and replant them.
And then, in fact, you could make that a condition as well.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. And now, My understanding is that you are allowed to, in fact, build a large walkway system.
You can build a dune walkover on this site with just a standard building permit.
Again, without any variance whatsoever.
That is correct. It's just a building permit.
And so that would also take out vegetation.
It would, a small amount, but yeah, you'd have to elevate it, and there is a dune restoration plan that would be required where you're going to show how you're going to basically either save the dune, the palms that are damaged or native vegetation, or move it elsewhere on site. That is built into the.
And I want to show you an exhibit. This is Exhibit 3. And this is a dune walkover that was built next to the property. Go see one of these. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that is the neighbor to the north, I think.
Okay. And that was probably what? How many square feet of construction east of the line?
Of the dune walkover east of the line?
Yeah.
I think you have roughly, you had about 210 feet from Hill Street to the dune prior to the loss of dune, so you're probably now looking at like 165 feet
Okay.
or so.
So 200, at that point when it was built, 200 feet, and that was probably a 4-foot to 5-foot walkway?
I think the max is 4 foot wide and 4 foot high, I think is the standard.
But apparently it also allows for areas that would get wider for sitting areas?
That's a new one on me, I don't know.
Okay. So even if we're doing 200 foot by 4, that's 800 square feet, is that correct?
Yeah.
So again, we're looking at a 360-foot deck next to the home, away from the dune. If he was to agree to have, say, a 3-foot walkway, you could actually reduce that significantly and make up all the area in the dune, is that right?
You could, well, if you went with a 3 foot wide one,
You could mitigate for any of the deck.
yes.
So that could be part of it as well. The balconies itself, I don't know how you even mitigate for that because there's no impact to the dune at all, is that right?
I agree with that statement.
Okay.
But you can't, from my understanding with your design, is you need the posts to hold them up.
Okay, are the 3 posts going to be a major issue as far as dunes?
No, I would think not.
Okay. So, all right. So now we're looking at criterion, that was criterion C, criterion D. Adequate land does not exist landward of the CCSL to allow the reasonable, normal, and customary use and accessory uses of the property as compared to other properties in the neighborhood without building seaward of the CCSL. It's my understanding that you are suggesting the applicant should not be able to build his home design west of the new CCSL, and that he should move his home, reduce the size in order to allow the customary and accessory use of the property that is being requested. Is that correct?
That was the planning board's take, and in light of the recent storms, I have to follow along with that, as you're now closer to the dune than you were before, and I do think there's adequate land on there to build a house quite a large size with a good-sized deck and balconies.
Okay. Again, I'm looking at what the ordinance says. The ordinance does not say you have to reduce the size of your home compared to everybody else. Is that right?
It says adequate land does not exist landward of the CCSL to allow the normal, reasonable, and customary use. You're looking at a home that's
it
close
also
to
says
6,700
as
square
compared
feet
to
with
other
balconies.
properties in the neighborhood. That's what it says, right? As compared to other properties in the neighborhood.
I think this would probably be the biggest house on the block.
The size isn't the issue. The location is the issue. And I want to show you Exhibit 4. And this neighborhood, what does that show? There we go, thank you.
It shows the proposed house to the north, the vacant lot to the north, 3305, and then another vacant lot and maybe a home.
Every house in the neighborhood is built up next to the CCSL. I'm sorry, the CCCL. Is that correct?
Yes.
They're all built along the exact same line as this house is proposed. Except that our house, the proposal for this house has bigger setbacks on the side setbacks. Is that correct?
Corner lot does have a slightly larger setback.
Okay. But every other house in the neighborhood, so when we're looking at the, oops, there it is. So when we're looking at the standard as compared to other properties in the neighborhood, all the other properties in the neighborhood built their homes at the exact same location as this house is being built. But you're penalizing this house and making it go further back. And again, it doesn't say, however, if you can build a smaller house, you should do that, does it?
It doesn't say that, but again, I'm going to the customary use standard as I put forth in the staff report. We could beg to differ on that one, but I think
That's
there's
okay.
plenty of room for a large house on this
I'm
site.
just trying to understand what the law says. And what the law says is adequate land does not exist, land with the CCL to allow the reasonable, normal, and customary use and accessory use of the property, such as a balcony or a deck, as compared to other properties in the neighborhood. And so in this particular case, other properties in the neighborhood have their homes built right up next to the CCCL, and then they have their accessory uses east of that line. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you didn't have the interpretation that, however, if you can build a smaller house, you should do that, this would still meet that criteria, criterion D, is that right?
I am sticking, like I said, I think there's plenty of room to build quite a large house east of the CCSL, and you would have all the accessory niceties of the other properties in the immediate vicinity.
But you're requiring, okay.
Jake, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Were all those other properties adjacent to the
No.
No, sir. You've had your time.
Okay. And the reason why these properties were built next to the CCSL or CCCL is because of the fact that once you go past that CCCL, it's a much higher building code and standard. Is that correct?
When you go east of the CCCL, it does get more restrictive on the DEP looks into it.
It becomes more expensive to build.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone builds exactly to where that line is, which is what this applicant did, which is what the applicant designed their home to do in 2020 when they built the property, when they bought the property, and which they have been trying to do now for 2 years. All right? Is that correct? That you're aware of, that they've been working to build this?
We first heard about it about July or June, late summer of 2021.
Okay.
After this had been put into the books.
Okay. And we'll get to that in a minute. Are balconies a normal and customary use for a home?
Yes.
All right. Especially on the second and third floor.
Yes.
Because this home design has doors that would then go out into nowhere if we didn't have balconies there, right?
Well, yeah. Well,
Okay.
I would think you wouldn't have a door there, to be honest with you, but.
But the home design that you've seen have doors that go out onto
I've
that.
seen a drawing on a piece of paper.
Okay.
I haven't seen any designs.
All right. Are decks at the back door customary uses for a home in this area?
Sure.
Okay. And so you did not compare you did not use any properties as comparisons for determining whether or not this was a customary and accessory use?
Well,
Did you look at any of the other homes in this area?
of course, these homes, you look at the picture and you see that there are pools and decks and everything else on the east side of the current CCCL/CCSL line.
Right.
But at the same time, there is room to put these things with a slightly smaller house on the west side of the coastal construction setback line.
But again, that's not a standard in your variance criterion, is it? That you have to look at whether you can make a smaller house.
Well, it asks if there's adequate land and landward of the CCSL to build a home, so.
As compared to other properties in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So let's keep going on. All right, we've talked about that. So, and in fact, that's an interesting question. Is it your position that as long as you can build anything west of the CCSL, there's no basis for allowing any use of the landowner's property east of the CCSL?
You know, if maybe the dune gets restored by the county or a seawall does get put in, I might be in favor or more inclined to recommend approval of it. But with the current situation, with just loose sand and 40-some feet of dune lost, it's very difficult for me to say it's a good idea to continue to push further east on this property.
Although, again, the status of the dune structure itself is not one of the criteria in this variance procedure, is it?
Well, adequate land west of the CCSL line is. So, you know, I'm looking at it as you could do quite a large house on the other side of the setback line.
Okay. So even if there's no negative impact of the dune system, and in fact, there could be a positive impact of the dune system with all the conditions we're talking about, you would say that you're not entitled to use that land east of the CCSL if you can build a smaller house.
You could build, I'm back to the same statement over again. You could build a very large house on the side of the CCSL with a large deck that's 6,700 some feet. It's a very large house by anyone's standards, and you're east of the CCSL. In fact, from the original request, you're now 26 feet, 28 feet closer to being on the beach than we were before this whole thing started when it was initially heard by the Planning and Zoning Board in September.
Yeah, but again, so I can't even put a balcony on this site, on this home, which doesn't impact the dune system at all under your interpretation.
You could put a balcony. I would say that, like I said, that would not impact the dune system. I think that's how I worded it too. I didn't think the balconies would affect the dune system.
Okay, because otherwise, you're basically requiring him to give up 765 square feet of a home in order to put a balcony on the site. And that doesn't seem fair, does it? Okay, and I take that by, it doesn't seem like fair, does it?
Again, I think it's a huge house, even keeping it on the other side of the CCSL.
But it's, all right. We talked about the balconies. It's not going to really have an impact. And there's no scientific study that shows balconies could negatively impact the dune system.
No.
Okay. All right, so could the city commission grant a variance for the balconies, but not grant a variance for the decks, for the deck? Because there's two different variants required.
Well, then the balconies are supported by the posts in the front. So, I mean, it ties the whole thing slightly together. If this thing could be suspended out over the CCS line with no impact to it at all, I would, cantilevered, I wouldn't see an issue. But that's not how it's designed.
Could the city commission grant a variance for the balconies with the 3 poles, with all the conditions that protect the dune system?
I would have to have them vote on that. I couldn't tell you.
I understand. I'm just asking from your standpoint, could they do that?
I wouldn't speculate. It calls for speculation, Glenn. I don't want them to speculate. I want them to follow the rules.
Now, this is important. So, again, we talked about this before. When the applicant bought this property, the proposed balconies and deck, as requested, could have been built without a variance, without the necessity to move the line, and without the necessity to build a smaller house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you heard the applicant explain that the former planning director told him and his brother, Dale Williams, who recently passed away, that this change would not prevent their ability to build a pool and home as designed, and in fact, it would be easier because the variance standards, and therefore they should not oppose the new CCSL ordinance?
Brian Fields, the former director, and myself discussed this multiple times, and no one has any recollection or email record of any indication of anything going on this property at all prior to the passage of the ordinance which put this in place.
Okay, but you are aware that Dale was looking at the idea of opposing this and was told not to do that?
I was not. Dale told me that after the fact.
Repeatedly, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But the first time I heard about this request, this was all done.
All right. Let's talk about criterion E. It's my understanding from your testimony that the applicant has met criterion E for variance to allow the balconies. However, you are concerned about the construction of the smaller deck may result in the removal of several gopher tortoises in the yard. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So we're talking about the 12 feet directly east of the CCSL and the home. Is that right? Just that 12 feet area that we're talking about for the deck. Yeah. So do you know if there's gopher burrows in that area, in that 12 feet?
There are, let me go up a couple pictures, go down a couple pictures, I should say.
Okay.
Yeah, as you see where that orange line is, right there, going parallel.
Right.
Right in that general area, which is roughly where they are, there are burrows right in that general vicinity.
Okay.
To the north and to the south.
And that, I was going to say, and there's potentially burrows where the homes can be built also. Is that right?
I don't think where the home would be built there is a burrow, but as you get closer to the edge of that where it'd be impacting it, there are.
Construction on a dune system, if there's burrows found, the gophers would have to be relocated.
They either have to be removed with the approval of the Fish and Wildlife
Right.
Commission, or they have to be barricaded off in a manner with a 25-foot fencing around them so they can't, fall into a pit or something.
That's correct. And the applicant has agreed to do this?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, under the conditions that we have proposed, wouldn't that create more gopher tortoise habitat than if we were to strip this land?
Well, it could make better habitat, but you're going to have a couple left gopher tortoises on the site. So, it's
But it would make better habitat.
With the Brazilian peppers being gone, would definitely make better habitat, but I can't say that removing gopher tortoises is necessarily.
No. I'm talking about for the remaining gopher tortoises, or in the event those gopher tortoises are, in fact, put on the remainder of the dune system.
Brazilian peppers are very bad for gopher tortoises. They were so thick that they can't even hardly crawl around down there. So one of your conditions of removing the Brazilian peppers and any other invasive species, if this were to be approved, should most definitely be a condition.
That's great. Again, criterion F, it is my understanding that you believe that the request grants a special privilege denied to other property owners. Is that correct? That's okay.
I think Santa could bring a little side table for Christmas.
And I know I've got to move fast.
Appreciate it. This is tight. Oh, I think popped open on me too. Okay. Oh, thank you. Constitute a grant of special privilege denied to the other property owners?
Yeah. So again, is that because you didn't consider the other property owners because everything was built prior to the CCSL, new CCSL?
Well, let me read through my stuff here. Everything fell here. Hold on.
Because if you're saying it's a special privilege denied to other property owners, you have to look at other property owners around and what those property owners also are able to do.
Again, I'm going back to it could be reduced in size.
Okay. So again, even though they bought the property and they could have built this at that time entirely, and all the other people around them have the right to do this, you're saying that they're getting a special privilege if they're allowed to do this?
I would say at this point, in light of all the stuff that has happened since the meeting, it would be special privilege.
Okay. But the basis is just a feeling? I mean, what's the empirical basis?
Because you've lost so much dune and you're now actually closer. What we initially reviewed at Planning and Zoning Board is changed dramatically, and it's a borderline a different request at this point. You're requesting something different, and the situation in the ground has changed. So I would say there's a granting of special privilege.
Okay. Again, are 8.5-foot balconies a reasonable size for balconies on the second and third floor?
The balconies on their own, without posts, I could get behind in this situation.
Okay, because this is criterion G again. The request is both the minimum distance required and the minimum height required. So the minimum distance required, the 8.5 feet balconies seem to be a reasonable size.
Yes.
All right. Is the a 12-foot deck area a reasonable size for the deck area, for as reasonable customary necessary to accommodate proposed construction?
That would be a normal-sized deck, as I said many times, west of the CCSL.
All right, so again, without the interpretations that we've talked about, or the interpretations the planning board made, that do not appear in the language of the ordinance itself, could it be that these requests could in fact meet the criterion?
I think the house could be scaled back in size. I don't think that it fully meets the criteria. I think from the original request, the amount of dune that has been lost, I think it is not a reasonable request at this point in time.
Okay, without it, so not either the balconies.
Balconies, as I said, without posts, if they were cantilevered, I really wouldn't have an issue with it. But being that the whole thing would be tied together with the posts and the deck, with the amount of loss of dune that we've had out there, I cannot support it.
Now let's talk about, very quickly, all the conditions we've talked about that we were offering. So those conditions, by the way, this home, you say it's too large, but this home actually is smaller than allowed, is that correct?
Smaller than what?
Than is allowed.
No, well, you're maxed out to the front property line, you're maxed to the north property line, you're maxed to the south property line, and you're built exactly as far east as you possibly can go. So I don't see how this house could be any bigger on this lot.
Under the zoning, you're allowed to have a bigger house. Correct?
With the zoning?
Yeah.
Well, if there wasn't a setback, if this was a lot in the middle of, a regular neighborhood and not on the ocean, you could put up a bigger house, but that's not what we're looking at.
Okay. And again, by the way, the reason why, even though your zoning allows for a much bigger house, allows for double the size of this house, and your comp plan allows for double the size of this house, the reason why they can't build that is because of the CCSL. If they could go past that CCSL and build, they could build a bigger house consistent with the zoning. Is that right?
If there was no CCSL line, but there is a CCSL line, you could have a bigger house here.
Got it. All right, so let's talk about proposed conditions. All right, dune protection, FDEP permits required under the CCSL for anything constructed east of the CCCL, is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a condition. Dune system habitat enhancement, the applicant agreed to maintain two conditions requests on the maintenance and planting of the remainder of the dune structure east of the CCSL that is owned by the applicant, and including any additional dune that comes back. So, in native and Florida-friendly dune vegetation that will preserve the dune structure and prevent erosion. The vegetation north and south between the deck and the property line will be planted in native vegetation. It will be undisturbed. There will be removal of invasive species. That's the Brazilian pepper you were talking about in particular. We'll remove and maintain the removal of the invasive species within that dune system habitat. And there'll be a dune planting plan. Plant material and density will be designed to be consistent with the existing dune. That dune planting plan will deal with the area that has now been falling into the ocean. The conservation easement will place a conservation easement on the entire remaining area to prevent any other structures from being there other than the walkway. Sand fences will be placed to grow the dune structure, and we'll plant sea oaks on the new dune structure. Does that sound like what we agreed to?
That was your proposed conditions, which at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, I had said if they were to apply those conditions.
All right, thank you. That's it. That gives you 10 to talk. I tried to wrap it up before 11. I'm sure. Thank you thank you.
Glenn, just one clarification for the record. In 2021, when we did amend when we went to one line, we went to the CCCL line. We did not go, okay, so we went to the CCL line, not the CCSL line.
No, you went to the same line as the CCCL.
Correct.
Which is a jurisdictional line.
Okay, want to make sure the record's clear.
Thank you.
We went to the,
And again, these people have sunk their life savings in this place. This is a question of fairness. They've done everything they can. They bought the property with the understanding they could build here. They have done everything they could to deal with the variance issue. They've done everything to correct this and make sure that the impact is absolutely minimal. And in fact, the impact on this will be better for the dune system If you deny this, what you're basically saying is you're not allowed to have any other uses west of that line. And what you're also doing is saying that if you have with the conditions we're talking about, that you're entitled to do anything you want with the property. Whereas if I put these conditions on there and you use this as a model for those conditions, for anyone else who comes in there, then you can help preserve vegetation as we're going through the process. Because one of the things to me is to preserve the dune vegetation.
Any other comments? Glenn? Okay. Does the commission have any questions or comments for Mr. Storch?
If you choose to, again, I understand there's 2 variants requested, one for the decks, one for the balconies. I have no problem splitting those 2 up.
Thank you. Any questions from any of the commissioners?
For just Glenn?
Just for Glenn at this point.
Not
Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to give the public participation, open it for public participation. Is there anyone from the public, any citizen that would like to speak in favor of or oppose this matter before the commission?
Against this here, but
Please direct your comments right up here, Jess.
you know how I am. Just at the first meeting, when the new mayor was elected and the new commissioners were elected, a young lady stood up here and spoke about the planning and zoning, the importance of planning and zoning, and how their job is very important. Sometimes the commissioners do not see their job as important, and things just, they come up here and they get things overwritten all the time. Now, this is a very complex situation, I understand that, but I do, as a layman, I'm not a lawyer, by the way, but as I can see from the drawings up here, this project has changed by, say, 30% from the original plans, and it has changed dramatically. I think this should go back to planning and zoning with the new plans and see what they have. That's my opinion.
Thank you for your comments, Jess. Are there any other comments from the public opinion? Public participation is now closed. I invite the commission to ask questions of either Mr. Storch, Mr. Baker, or the P&Z representative. Any questions? I have one at least, but
So I'll get started, but do we have a hard stop at 11 o'clock? Is that how that works?
It's in your rules of procedure.
the answer is yes, we do. And then the question is, must we have a special, or can we defer to the next regular commission meeting?
You could continue to January 10th, or you could set a special meeting. I think in December it might be difficult because it's up to the board.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Okay, we make a motion to suspend the rules.
You could waive resolution 20, whatever, 18,
Yeah,
whatever the number is.
yeah. So we could make a motion to suspend 2118, section 7, if that would be the will of the commission.
So I'd make that motion to suspend it to hear to the end of this, just to the end of this hearing.
The motion is, if I have it correct, to extend to the end of this deliberation on this matter and not take any of the other items that are on the agenda. Have I got that right, Randy?
Yes.
I second that.
There's a second. Any discussion on that? I want to make sure that we give this the full measure of its due. It is a serious and precedent-setting one, and so I don't want to rush anybody. Mr. Storch has prepared well. Mr. Baker has prepared well, and so I want to make sure that before we drag on, that we're at our best for making these decisions. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? City Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
No.
Commissioner Preen?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
No. 3-2, motion carries. We'll continue. Okay, there are questions by the commission for other members, either Mr. Baker or Mr. Weiss. Question for
Yes.
Ms. Yep, good.
I have questions
Go ahead,
for
sir.
staff.
Exactly.
Okay, first thing, we're talking a lot about dunes, palms, and turtles. Let me ask you about dunes. What is the definition of a dune? And I ask because what's the goal of the CCCL line is to protect the dunes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So are there dunes right now to the west of the line or just to the east of the line?
There are dunes that, well, a little bit of both. They kind of have the yard that opens up down the middle. So when they get into this, they're going to lose some to the north, a little to the south, and then a little bit in the middle.
So there is a specific definition as opposed to the whole
dune-
barrier island is technically a big dune, but in this case, how do we identify what a dune is?
In this instance, it's basically it's the same vegetation except for the Brazilian pepper has invaded. That extends up into the yard to basically where they've done clearing. It's all the same habitat. It's all the saw palms, and it's pretty much the extent of it that's out there, besides Brazilian pepper.
Okay, good. And it may be a dumb question, but I was just trying to determine in this kind of proceeding if there was a specific definition of a dune. The lot was purchased before or after the line CCSL was moved to the control line?
The lot was purchased before the change to the code.
Okay. Clarification, city attorney, real quick. And I can't, this is what I asked you. The CCSL, as I recall, and we had a lot of discussion on it, was we simply adopted the control line. We didn't move the CCSL line. The difference, so I thought we simply got rid of the CCSL line, which is our city's line, and simply adopted the control line. So the CCSL line in this discussion is throwing me off, because it doesn't exist.
It does exist.
It does. So we never got rid of the CCSL line.
It is now, let's say that the DEP established the control line in 1991.
Yes.
Let's say after all these storms, they come and determine that, well, we need to move it east or west or whatever the case may be. That's going to be our new setback line with these variance processes.
Okay. I'm asking a technical question, which is we had our own line named the Coastal Construction Setback Line.
Correct. You still do.
There was a second, then that's where I'm getting at for clarification. There's a second line, that's the state's line, the CCCL line.
Yes, right now they are aligned.
Hold on,
Exactly.
hold on.
Okay.
I thought when we went through this process a few years ago that we simply removed and got rid of the city's CCSL line and simply adopted the control line. That's the very specific question that I'm asking. It's a technical one, which can turn into a legal one. So I don't want to muddy this up, but I'm just asking because I was surprised to see the CCSL name, because I thought we simply got rid of it and adopted the state's control line. So that may not be a question that can be answered tonight, but that is a technical question. And it could be just that my interpretation was, did we actually just move the CCSL line on top of it, or did we simply adopt, or did we adopt the control line in replacement as for the CCSL line? So anyway, let me, so that was something I wanted to do.
I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, no problem. In the meantime, I want to ask, I apologize, I want to ask Glenn a question. So, Glenn, at one point you said you discussed reasonable use.
Yes, because that's what the
So are
ordinance
we
says.
being asked to determine whether or not we feel that property is being denied, or we're giving or allowing a reasonable use under staff's?
You're actually being asked to determine whether or not the balcony requested is a reasonable use, and the deck requested it was a reasonable use east of the CCSL line. And if you look at...
No, it's okay. I just wanted clarification on what you were saying, referring to as a reasonable use.
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 criterion in there that use the term reasonable use and normal customary use. And so what you have to do is you have to look at every one of those factors that we've gone through tonight and determine whether or not that's what it actually says. What concerned me always, of course, is that the staff has taken a position, and again, I understand how people do this, but they've taken an interpretation that it can only be reasonable if it's compared to properties that have been developed after the new CCSL. I don't think that's the intent. I don't think it was the intent of your ordinance. I certainly don't think it reads that way, and it certainly there's no language to that effect. So I try to look at this as reasonable based on what the ordinance says.
But my advice to the board would be, well then, whenever you adopt a revision to an ordinance, it's never going to have an effect if you're constantly going to be held to a comparison of the old ordinance.
No, you're absolutely correct there as far as the fact you're entitled to use, you're entitled to do that. But the problem is, in this particular ordinance, it directs you to look at adjoining properties. It directs you to look at neighboring properties. If it didn't say that, if it just said, this is the new line, that's all there is to it, that's it. But you've put a variance procedure in there that then directs you to look at existing properties nearby to determine whether or not it's reasonable and customary. That's the problem in this case. But you're right. I mean, if once you pass a new ordinance, it's the new ordinance, whatever the new ordinance is. And I wouldn't have to go through a variance process if this ordinance didn't exist. I mean, let's face it, the old line was fine. I didn't have to go through this. The new line makes me do this, but it makes me go through a variance process with specific criteria.
Just the ordinance states that the CCSL shall be the same location as the DEP's CCCL as amended.
Okay, so the city never got rid of the CCSL line.
It just says it's the same as the CCCL, so it's...
Okay.
Any other questions, Commissioner McGurk? Okay.
No, thank you.
I'll go to everybody. Everybody get a chance.
done.
Go ahead. Commissioner Martin. Who's
Just
your question for?
asking, and it may be for Carrie. Clearly, from the time this property was purchased and all these designs have had, there have been dramatic changes in the environment. There could be one could call public safety, one could call, in my mind, that the information that was used to prepare the most recent ordinance has changed. And can that criteria be used to say this is no longer relevant because the supporting information or the supporting data has changed?
Yes, I think Mr. Baker's analysis of the criteria in his written staff report has documented for those changes, and, you know,
So therefore, the build of prior buildings would become irrelevant because they no longer meet the data that is generated now.
Well, we're looking at this one particular
No, I
property.
understand that, but we
Right, so
keep
I may not
talking
be
about-
following your question.
Okay, we keep talking about how, would it deprive the current owner of the rights of subsequent or neighboring property, or this property does this and that property does that? They were built under different criteria. And so I'm thinking that any relevance to previous other buildings is in fact irrelevant based on current conditions.
That would be
thinking.
my interpretation of the statute, and so I have a different interpretation than Mr. Storch.
So if we're in agreement, we must be right.
It's happened more than once, Commissioner Martin.
Any other questions for staff or for Mr. Storch? I have one for Mr. Baker. If you don't mind coming up, re-putting up your slides on the criterion, refreshing our memories after you've now gone through examination and cross-examination, what criterion, which of the criterions you feel are not being met now. I know what you presented. Now that you've been up here, I'd like to know which criterions you think are still not complying or met.
Go down the list of them?
Yes, please.
Oh, boy. Well, the balconies,
For the record, to start at the beginning. And just go through the ones that you think do not.
all right, this is for decks and posts. Criterion 1, I believe that that is not met. Criterion 2, I agree, is met. Criterion 3, I believe it has not been met. 4 has not been met. That's also the one that the Planning and Zoning Board is kind of their big issue. Criterion 5, I don't think it has been met. 6 has not been met either, in my opinion. Criterion 7, not been met, and 8 does not apply. Balconies, reasonable rights of other owners, I think this has not been met. As I said, it could be scaled back. 2, it has been met. 3, negatively impacting the dunes, has been met. Adequate landward of the CCSL, 4, not been met. 5, has been met. 6, special privilege, I don't think has been met. And 7, minimum distance land, pardon me, I don't think it has been met. And 8, again, doesn't apply.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Jake. Any other questions? One last time. Mr. Storch, any closing remarks? Give you the opportunity to close it out.
I should point out that when it comes to safety, the staff actually indicated that this will not cause a substantial detriment to the public welfare, safety, navigation, or convenience. So that was part of the testimony. And by the way, although he testified that these things are not met because of his interpretation, the bottom line is, had it not been for the interpretation that prohibits any construction east of the CCSCL, then this thing, all the criteria has been met.
Thank you very much. Quasi-judicial hearing for this variance application of V-11-22 is now closed. Is there a motion to approve this variance?
And could I ask that it be a motion, the motions could be on either variant? I mean,
No, sir.
Each variant,
No,
or is it both?
no,
There's two variances.
we're gonna go with what you got
I
right
understand,
now.
but it's two variances, my point.
Thank you, I appreciate
Okay.
that.
All right.
So let me prompt, if we don't, we will need to have a motion. I'm hanging my hat on the city staff's preparation and some of the criterion not being met. I would have a hard time proving it, but that's my personal bias, and I wanted to state that for you all to consider. And then remind you that a motion to approve is not necessarily your personal desire to vote, but it does move the process forward, and we have to do that.
I will make a motion to approve both variances.
Have a second? I'll remind the commission that not moving it forward
I'll
doesn't
second.
end the process.
For purposes
We
of
have
the
a second. Yes, go ahead. Discussion, city attorney.
For purposes of the record, in case there's an appeal, I would suggest breaking them into 2 votes so that there's a very clean record.
Very well. So Commissioner Martin, if you'll break them into 2, one is for the balcony and the other is for the deck.
I make a motion to approve the variance for the balconies at 3311 Hill Street.
Okay, have a motion to approve the balconies. Do I
I'll
have a
second that.
Have a second. Any further discussion? City clerk will call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman.
Yes.
Commissioner Martin.
No.
Commissioner Perrine.
No.
Commissioner McGurk.
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
No.
Thank you.
Can I entertain a motion for the decks?
Make a motion to approve the decks and post with the stipulations that were presented at the Planning and Zoning Board for the vegetation and the alterations.
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on this?
And the conservation easement?
Yes. All of the agreed to recommendations by the posts.
Weren't the posts part of the balconies? The posts were part of the balconies, and I should point out that the conditions were also called for the balconies.
Say that again.
The posts were part of the balconies, but I should also point out that the motion for the balconies probably should have included all of the conditions because that was offered for that as well.
We have a motion now on the decks and a second. Any other discussion? City Clerk will call the roll, please.
Sure. This motion includes the easement, correct?
Yes.
Just for clarification, okay. Commissioner Martin?
No.
Commissioner Preen?
No.
Commissioner McGurk?
No.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Quasi-judicial hearing is closed. I'd like to thank the commission and thank the presenters.
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second.
City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Preen?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Adjourn.